and I'll put it over to Andrew for.
Alrighty. Thank you all for joining us tonight for the Cpdc meeting of Monday, September 8th, 2025. I'm Community Development Director Andrew McNichol, and to right for staff is Senior Planner Olivia Knightley. From the board tonight, we are running a hybrid meeting, so we do have members both of the public and of the board in person and over the Zoom. In person tonight, right now, is Tom Armstrong and Acting Chair Hillary Mateve. Heather Klisch should be here any minute. And over the Zoom, we have Guy Mangianello and John Arena members. Because we are running a hybrid format, just want to set a few norms. The Cpdc will likely administer their normal process in that an applicant will present their application to the board. The board will provide comment and question amongst themselves and then open for public comment. If you do have public comment, if you're here in person, please raise your hand so the chair can find you, acknowledge you. Please come up to the podium when you're asking a question or making a comment. Introduce your name and your address for the public record, and please direct all comments and questions to the chair. If you're on the Zoom for public comment, please find the raised hand feature under reactions, or if your camera is on and you want to wave your hand around, we can try to capture you that way. Chats on the Zoom do go directly to us as hosts, but it's not always the most effective way, but you can chat us if there's any issues. Otherwise, there is a sign-in sheet in the corner here if you haven't done so already, and this meeting is being recorded and broadcasted by RCTV on all local channels. I think that's it from me.
Okay, well, except for that we have a sign permit application for 672 Main Street.
Yes, I don't believe the applicants could be here tonight. Just also Andrew logged in on Zoom, so he's here tonight as well. So I'm happy to at least share these renderings and give.
I am the applicant.
Oh, great. Sorry. Thank you. Great. Perfect.
Come up to the.
Yes, please.
Kevin Childs, Madison Print Design Group, 5 Whitney Street, Saugus, Massachusetts. We've been retained by 672 Main Street to sign out to replace an existing sign. As you take a look, it's Charles Gate Realty. We're going to keep it the same in the existing location that was prior was a Remax. It's now becoming Charles Gate Realty. And I believe it's 42 inches. That's square, less than 10 square feet, around 9 and change square feet. The sign is made up of PVC. It will be held in 4 places with galvanized right angles. There is no lights on this. There is an existing awning, and the only other place would be the windows. I think we're showing that the height was dictated by you people that were able to do that. It's 3M control tack material, which is removable, and we're looking at
Questions?
I do see Guy has his hand raised.
Okay.
As well.
Okay. I understand in talking to staff that staff has believes this complies with all our regulations.
It does. The store has enough frontage for this allowable sign area, and all the heights and individual areas meet as well.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, did you have, John, go ahead. I'm trying to find a way to let you unmute yourselves.
There we go. Going back several years, and again, I'm going to ask the more tenured members of the board to clarify. The sign bylaw is one of the most complicated documents because there are so many variations of sign and nuances that seem simple at once. There was a time where windows used as signs were not permitted. And I apologize, I don't know what the current state of the bylaw is regards this. Is this in all other ways compliant with our sign bylaw? This, and putting aside the fact that there may be precedent here.
Yes, so window signs, I don't quite know when this regulation may be changed from one to the other, but we do allow 30% of window to be occupied by signage. There's some other specific regulations around that, like LEDs and things that may be prohibited at times, but In terms of this specific window signage, this does comply with the 30%, the letter dimensions, and other that can trigger towards the sign area for the site.
Does that 30% have any other ceiling cap, or is there any other maximum, or is it always just ratiometric 30%?
Always 30%.
All right, thank you.
Is the window decal being mounted on the inside or the outside?
On the outside.
Sorry, there is exterior gooseneck lighting, correct?
No, there is
No.
no lighting, no electricity whatsoever. There's no lighting. Due to a big tree that comes in the middle of this, we put the company did put the sign up prior to. There was no lighting that was necessary just because it wouldn't be seen.
Should we open for public comment?
Sure.
So it's open for public comment then. All right. Seeing any? Nothing? Nothing on Zoom.
Draft a certificate of appropriateness, which really just details the materials, sign dimensions, locations, and reference to these plans. The conditions do require the building permit, of course, and any future signage that can trigger a new certificate of appropriateness. We did note that any future exterior lighting would need to be reviewed by building and electrical permits as well, and the sign bylaw. Otherwise, it was pretty straightforward.
Would you like me to move to close the public hearing?
Yes, please.
Second.
I move that we close the public hearing.
I think just for point of order, no public hearing for the certificate, so you can move straight to vote on the certificate.
Well, I'll move that the application for a sign permit at 672 Main Street by Charles Gate Realty be approved.
Second.
So we have to do roll call, and who's voting? John,
Yes.
John, Andrew,
Andrew?
she's there. Ask him to unmute them.
Yes.
Okay, and then
Guy.
Guy,
Yes.
is Tom voting?
No, I guess not in this case.
You should
Can I
go
make
ahead
the
and
motion?
vote. I should abstain because I
Yeah.
walked
Okay.
in halfway through.
Okay, yes.
Okay, and that's Hillary, yes.
Okay. That was it.
Thank you so much.
We'll follow up this week with the signed document.
All right, I'm giving the chair back to.
For taking care of that. I'm glad we got that taken care of. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. Is it appropriate to start the next one, or do we need to wait till 7:15, do you think, Andrew, for your guidance on that?
We should probably wait.
I think we should wait.
Could probably wait. There was a
Yeah,
lot
we
of
can take, if
issues.
anybody needs already a break, we can take a 2-minute break and we'll pick up the site plan review for the Reading Center for Active Living, right at 15. I'll take a drink of water. And I meant 7:15, not 5:15. At least you have your laptop on your work desk. I thought, well, I could probably get away without it.
It's tough.
Who's watching the clock? For everybody, because it's posted at 7:15, and so we should not start in case people are signing on right in time to hear this. We shouldn't start early. And with that, it's 7:15. Okay, let's go to our 7:15 agenda item, which is the continued public hearing for the site plan review and stormwater permit and the subdivision layout, all of that for the Reading Center for Active Living at 0 Haverhill Street. And Jenna is right here, ready to present. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for having us here tonight. I'm Jenna Wood. I'm the Community Services Director. We have a lot of support in the room tonight. We have our great architects, Joel and Steve from BH+A and Activitas. We have our Assistant Town Manager, Jane Wallman. We have Chris, our Elder and Human Services Administrator. We have Jim, our Recreation Administrator. We wanted to come tonight as a team because in the last meeting, there seemed like there was a lot of operational questions that you all had about all the things that go on in the area. And we just wanted to clarify some of those issues that you had. And we did send along a memo in the packet, but we wanted to come and just present some of those programmatic elements to you all in person, go through those really quickly. And then our architects will kind of take it away at the end with the parking details. So the program at Recal, it's very fluid. We have daily activities and they range from about 1 to 2 hour visits during a day. So programmatically, we proposed at town meeting that we are going to have about 100 programs during the week, but a lot of those programs will be programs with one person that we have Shine one-on-one counseling. Some of them will have, 5 people at a time for bereavement group. There'll be larger events, of course, for our luncheons that I'll get into in a moment. But for the most part, our programmatic elements that we have throughout the day can very well be managed on a daily basis with the 89 parking spots that we have. And that was really dived into pretty deep during the feasibility stage, which started a couple years ago. So our proposed hours are 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. during the weekdays, 9 to 5 on Saturday, and 9 a.m. to 1 on Sunday.
Don't know if your slides are moving, if you're trying.
Yeah, they're not populating, huh? Hold on, let me escape and do it this way.
There you go.
All right, I just won't be able to do full screen. Sorry about that. So we have around 10 larger events throughout the year, with the majority of the events occurring during the day. We currently are working on an operations plan, which we're trying to be very thoughtful about and include all of our staff, of course, our recreation committee and our council on aging commission. So that's really important to us that we bring all the stakeholders in and gather all of our programmatic elements and what we're going to be offering in this facility on a day-to-day basis. And we have about 2 years to do that. So we're going to be presenting a lot of those preliminary details in November to the Council on Aging and the Recreation Committee, but we can't say for sure, oh, you're going to come in and you're going to see Zumba at 10 a.m. in the morning and 6 p.m. at night. We just don't know that right now. So we thought that what Brendan had provided in their occupancy and parking scenarios are a pretty accurate depiction of day-to-day activities. So I just wanted to include that again, and that's on page 58 of the study that you all had the first time. And then here's some existing larger events that we have already. We have our holiday luncheons for our 60+ population during the day, usually on Wednesdays or Thursdays, and we'll have a New Year's Eve lunch. We'll have a Valentine's lunch. We'll have a 4th of July lunch. So we believe that 89 spots is sufficient again for these daytime events. Right now we're averaging about 60 people for these events. Our latest event that we just had at the center, we had 20 people on the wait list. And we assume obviously with the new facility, more folks will come. But we think that 89 spots is sufficient for even some of these daytime larger events, because a lot of our residents that are 60+ take the senior van. They come with their friends, things like that. Another existing event that we have is our daddy-daughter dance on Friday nights. We currently have that at the Reading Memorial High School Fieldhouse. We would love to have that at the Reading Center for Active Living. And that's on a Friday night in May. And we have our 60+ spring into summer dance during the day in June right now that we currently offer. So some new things that we would love to offer in the new center are veterans breakfast and dinners. We have, again, we think that the 89 spots is sufficient for an event like that. Friday night family nights, we'll have a 60+ night, we'll have an intergenerational night, and those are going to be sporadic throughout the year. Again, we don't know the month or what we're anticipating for that. And then we're hoping to have our veterans reception after Memorial Day and Veterans Day events at Recal, and also use that as a rain location. If it was to rain on Memorial Day or Veterans Day, we would just move it into Recal and have our ceremonies that we had planned outside. So a little bit about the field scheduling at Simon's Way. We have a bunch of experienced staff here who's has over 10 years plus experience scheduling these fields. We haven't had problem sharing the parking currently with the arena. We have a very great relationship with the arena, and they've allowed us to use those spots for several years. And the field scheduling at Simon's is only in the spring, summer, and fall. Obviously we don't have winter sports down at those fields. It's just baseball and soccer. So you're only going to be seeing, one soccer game, one soccer practice, one baseball game, one baseball practice. And a lot of those sports at the largest game that you'll see about 50 spots max, depending on if it's a game or a practice. And in the summer, it's very slow. In the fall, we cannot utilize the fields past 4:30, 5 o'clock because we lose daylight. And there's been no issues this past spring with the trash rollout program that took up a large portion of the back lot. And then even in conversations with the assistant town manager, we were even having today that Burbank's been such a great neighbor and has allowed us to have our DPW parking trainings down there.
CDL.
Yeah, the CDL. So there's been a really great existing relationship with us where we communicate and they allow us to use the space. And then here is the rear lot on a typical Saturday soccer morning. This was, I think, a soccer game. Is that correct? Yeah, that just occurred. So pickleball scheduling at Simon's Way. Right now we have proposed 6 courts. There's a 7th court as an alternate. We went off of if there was actually 7 courts, 4 people max per court. Sometimes there are just single people playing against each other one-on-one. So during the peak times, we can anticipate about 28 to 56 people. Again, the lights will be off in November. Right when we shut off the tennis lights, the pickleball court lights will also be shut off. And just to note, the lights are also an alternate in this project, and they may or may not be installed based on that, whatever we get back for the bids. There'll be a scheduling and registration process with Pay Local and our paid membership program that will regulate the number of people on the courts during peak times, and open play will also be programmed by the rec division. And then this is all the extra space you can kind of see that pickleball would be able to occupy. So the Burbank Arena programming, and I just want to be careful because they're not here to speak for themselves. This is information that we've collected from Ed Peduto, the athletic director, from the website. And again, these are just the larger events that they have, where we want to just emphasize that maybe there could be a shared agreement for these particular events that they may have. So they have predominantly their largest events are Wednesdays and Fridays, 5:30 and 7:45 for their games. They have state tournaments. And we just went into kind of how the lots are utilized during each of those games. They have a big event on New Year's Eve, the figure skating and the North Shore Skating Club. They have a 3-day ice spectacular during Easter and a 4-day North Shore Open in mid-May. And the Burbank Ice Arena events, December 31st again is on here, and Martin Luther King Day. So a lot of their events, they do offer yearly programs. They offer Learn to Skate. They do stay open year round, but predominantly their busiest times are in the winter. And in the winter, you will not see a slew of pickleball players out there, nor will you see anyone playing on the town fields. So just some things to know we thought would be beneficial. While most of our 60+ participants drive to the current center, there are participants who are transported by our van driver to and from events. We have couples and friends who carpool to various rec and elder and human services programs. And specifically with pickleball, there's a lot of that. Programs will need to have limits based on budget and room capacity. Majority of our youth programs are drop-off at Recal and on the sports field. So when someone's coming in to play a soccer practice or a baseball practice, their parents are dropping them off. And alternatively at Recal, if there's a youth program in the afternoon, they're dropping their child off, going to do an errand and coming back. And for major events, there'll still continue to be a police detail. So one of the other things that was mentioned in the last meeting was, what about some other centers? What's the parking like at other centers? And how many spots do they have? The Newton Center for Active Living is 37,000 square feet. They have 31 spots. The Sandwich Center for Active Living is 27,000 square feet. They have 90 spots, which is shared with 6 pickleball courts and a trail. There's also additional 20 spots that's also shared with pickleball, the skate park, and 2 tennis courts. The Marblehead Community Center is 20,000 square feet, has 61 spots with 5 tennis courts behind, and it's right near all the high school facilities. The Westboro Community Center has 65,765 square feet and 82 designated spots. And then I just pulled some quick pictures of aerial views. This is the 31 spots at the Newton Center for Active Living. This is the Sandwich Center for Active Living. You can see their building here. Their pickleball that has connectivity to the parking lot. And I did speak with that director personally, and she said that predominantly the pickleball players do park here and not up here. So that's Sandwich. And then here is Westboro in their community center. And lastly, Marblehead, their community center is up here with limited spots right here. And their courts are here. And you'll see that there's no dedicated parking spots for these courts, these tennis courts. So we would assume that folks would be parking here and walking, or parking over at the high school facility and walking over. And in summary, we think that with the flexibility of the field usage, coupled with the natural ebb and flow of seasonal activities, it ensures minimal conflict for these buildings and the field and pickleball to coexist quite nicely. The staff will have limits on participation based on budget and room capacity for events. And the Burbank Arena manager, the board, the athletic director, and town staff will work together to ensure there's no competing large events in the winter and spring months to offer parking spots to each other as good neighbors should overflow occur like we already do right now. And then I'm going to hand it off really quick to Joel or Steve.
Thanks, Jenna. So this is, we were able to obtain an old building permit drawing, a stamp drawing of the Burbank property. And this has a total parking count on that property at 331. I don't remember what the back lot was, but if that back lot was striped out and paved, this shows the full extent of how many cars can fit back there. And when we add our 89 spaces at Recal, I believe the total was like 422, something like that. And I think that's on the next slide. 420. So looking at the complex as a whole with the proposed site, this paints the picture of how much parking would be available. And I think just to piggyback off of what Jenna just walked through, we think this is beyond adequate for the space, for the uses and the timing and shared uses. And then this is the updated site plan rendering that shows in response to the last hearing, the accessible parking for pickleball. We did have 6 spots right up front, in front of the Recal building. We did shift one of those over to by the pickleball, in the event that we weren't paving or doing anything right back here. But that is intended that there's an accessible space right by the pickleball courts to be striped, and on top of that, there were 2 electric vehicle parking spaces that we noted at the first hearing. One of those is an accessible EV space, which by law, anyone with a handicap plate can park in that spot. So.
Just for clarification, you said there were pickleball parking spots near the building?
No, accessible parking spaces.
Okay.
I think that's it.
I have a number of questions. I'm sorry, I don't know the right way to do this online.
John, I'm having a hard time hearing you. It's a little bit muffled, so,
Is that any better?
yeah, and if you don't mind, I've got a quick question, if you don't mind me going first.
Go ahead.
Can we go back to the slide that illustrated the programming? Hockey, you know it starts in December. When does it end?
It's typically end of February, March, depending how far they go. I'm sorry. Jim Sullivan, Recreation Administrator, typically ends the end of February. It could go into March, depending whether they're home games or aways based on seedings where they're traveling. It's typically the first 2 home games of the state tournament start mid-February, depending how they do. Could go to March.
And there's no hockey in there in the summertime?
There is hockey there. There's youth hockey there.
Spring, summertime, yeah?
Yep.
So what are those kind of numbers like?
We can certainly find out. I don't have anyone myself that plays hockey there. But I did reach out to Ed myself and ask for the major events that were down there, and the ones that were mentioned by Jenna were the main ones that they had mentioned. I can certainly look into that.
Yeah, I feel like we actually got a kind of an incomplete picture of hockey, just knowing what a lot of people know, that it goes a long time. So there's a hand raised here. Do you
Yeah,
have
I
something?
was just wondering if people could speak up a little bit.
Okay.
It's hard to hear. I don't think the microphones are on.
These microphones
They
aren't
don't
for
work.
amplification, they're for
Okay.
recording.
Yeah, but you're talking in that direction.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, so I don't have the answer for youth hockey.
Okay.
I know in the summer the season does slow down for sure, but certainly during the fall and the winter months, I'm sure it does pick up. I know I don't think they have many tournaments there, but during practices and games, I would assume that there's probably 20 to 30 cars that would be there based on a hockey team size.
Okay,
But again, I don't want to speak for youth hockey.
yeah, I get it, thanks. And then I'm seeing that there are a couple of big events in April, in May, which is kind of like outdoor recreation season. I'm seeing 7 days total. What are the numbers that people get with those? I'll tell you, my grilling you is really
No,
coming
you're good.
from a place of experience of
Yep.
parking at that back lot for soccer games and it being really jammed. And maybe I was just there during, the North Shore Open or something like that.
Yeah, so I reached out to Mike Sheedy, who's the president of Reading United Soccer, and I actually had them send a statement saying that they've never had any issues with parking down there. Maybe it was a one-off, or there was one there and it wasn't coordinated with the ice arena. But in the field of recreation, I work with the high school athletic director, the schools, and we never step on each other's toes. And I don't see this being any different when there's something going on at the Performance Arts Center. And, I'm not going to have a big flag football tournament going on there because there wouldn't be enough parking. So we adjust based on what we know.
Yeah, and well, and I want to be careful to not compare it to the Performing Arts Center where there is street parking around there and there's not street parking.
Yeah, I mean, like if there's a football game, performance arts center going on, like that place is full. I would never schedule a large event when we know there's not going to be parking.
Yeah. I have one other question, and John, I do see your hand. If we can go to the slide that showed the conditions at the parking lot, that showed, it looks like there's, well, if we can just if you scroll through, I'll tell you which one. Oh wait, you got it over there. That one. I noticed that on that old, it was like 1970s, 80s site plan that was designed for angle parking there. There's a lot of vegetation there. How wide is that? Is there enough space? I'm assuming people would probably like parallel park there. And how far over would they have to be in order for cars to still drive by?
Well, I think that Steve went over that in the stamped.
The drawing shows that the spaces are 20 foot deep and the aisle is 24 feet behind it, so it's a zoning dimension parking lot. There'd be head-in parking along that road, and the picture was just showing there's grass there because that particular parking isn't used very frequently. Today, people park in the back corner, which is why it's in the condition it is, but that would be the zone where parking would go.
So if that was to be an expected area for zoning, would there be any signage, any cleanup there so that people in fact do angle parking? If I saw that, I would just pull over to the side. Is that part of the plan, is to make that be formally angle parking?
It's formally head-in parking today.
Head-in parking is what I mean, yeah, sorry.
Well,
But I think you're not catching my question, is that there's nothing there that actually indicates, this is a place where in order to have organized parking, you head in, right? Like if I were just parking there, if I saw that you're on a dirt road, I would pull over to the side. So is the plan to have any signage or anything that gives drivers a clue other than how the first car parked, that is head-in parking so that we maximize the spaces there?
That could be organized because the first couple spaces were intended to be the handicap spaces, and those would be intended to be paved, and those would be striped, which would then set the order for the further parking spaces on down to the right on that drawing.
So that's the intention. I didn't see that on the site plan.
The agreement's not all worked out yet, and Jenna can speak to that.
Let me ask this. How expensive would it be to lime a few of those every year? I can't believe it's very expensive.
No.
Okay.
I'm just looking for some sense of like, here's the game plan, knowing that Burbank controls that land, I think, right?
Okay.
Okay, John, you've had your hand up, I'm sorry. Why don't you go ahead with
No,
your
you
questions?
touched on a few of them. I think we're struggling with two aspects of the problem. One is how many do we need? The second is how many are available. I think you're touching on how many is available, and I agree entirely. If you've ever seen people park in an unstriped or on a grass lawn, you could get twice the number of cars in there easily if it was organized. So I think it's kind of silly to have the discussion unless we tackle this back lot, and I realize it's private property, but the drawing here at least anticipated that there would be organized lines and stripage. Maybe the town has a means to either encourage that or even help finance that, because that's of general betterment to the entire community. But unless you really answer the question, how many are available, it's kind of tough to answer the how many do we need question. I recall a question for Ryan. This is the as-designed drawing, but does this match the as-built? Putting aside the stripe, is the dimensionality of the space the same as shown here?
Yes.
Okay. So Heather, I'd be inclined to see if the town had funds or could otherwise use some low-cost method to approximate this drawing and just tell people to observe the lines as best they can.
Yeah.
And we can leave the specifics for another day, but I think you're spot on. That really maximizes the use of this space.
And
Um,
we could probably put that in a condition.
It's private property, so it'd have to be some coming to agreement there, but I can't imagine there'd be any objection on principle. It's really about cost. If we accept for the moment hypothetically, purely hypothetically, that the 89 is adequate for recal, it seems inevitable that pickleball will use some or all of that for their purposes purely through the law of least resistance. People, it's the closest space I'm going to use it. So I think that's a reality. And having this goes back to the first point, having this gigantic space that's well lined at least addresses the pressure that the recal lot may be put under. This presentation I don't see in the packet. Was it provided to the board prior to this evening?
Just the memo.
No, this PowerPoint presentation.
It was not.
And that's
I
not
think
terribly
that's-
unusual for us to get a
That's really an
presentation.
oversight because I would have been much more prepared than I am right now to go through it.
Yeah, it's the same information that was in the memo, just bullet points from the memo that I sent
For
in
example,
the packet.
go back to page 3. I may be wrong here, maybe slide 3, excuse me. Yes, that.
Yeah, so that wasn't an attachment in the memo, but that was given to CPDC in the last meeting by the Brennan consultant.
No, I understand, but recognize we're all busy and you almost always have to over-communicate. And even if it's been done before, if there's a revision or a clearer way to say it, provide it. And particularly since you're using it here, having it available for the board to digest ahead of time. So for example, the morning at 150, how should we contemplate how that fits into the parking question? What is the relationship between 150 and morning parking? And
I'm gonna
138
jump right in
and-
there, John, because what I'm seeing is right there at the total, it says 150 occupants, 12 staff, plus this, it's basically saying that would be about 85 spaces. Am I?
But that anticipates all of those people are there simultaneously. Is that the intent of of having it this way? Or some people leave after their event is over and so it's more of a.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just a guess, right? So 12 people could be in the gym playing pickleball, and then they're in there for an hour for drop-in pickleball, and then they leave. So I think that's like the maximum amount of people who would be in the building would be 150 in the morning time,
Okay,
but not necessarily all simultaneously.
okay.
They could be, but.
Brian, you mentioned that the intention of the concept here had, if I understood you correctly, had parking spots on the right-of-way? Did I mishear you? You were describing that there was some contemplation of pickleball reserved parking, or at least nominally intended parking. If you go back to the drawing that shows the aerial view, you were using that earlier. It was when it was more horizontal. Go to the next one. I think that's more better. Yeah, that one. You're pointing and showing spots on the right of way, or it looked to me as if it was on the right of way.
No, there, we shifted an accessible parking space closer to pickleball. That's all we did.
It's
Can
in
you
the
point to
line.
where that new, is it named or is it just one of many? There's no designated pickleball parking, right?
No.
No.
And there's no intention here to put any cars on the proposed public right of way.
So sorry.
And now for something completely different. Do you guys still hear us?
Yes, we
Yep.
can hear the right
Give
person
me
now.
1 second
Thank you.
to
We
make
just need to
sure
move somebody out.
that
We need to tighten things up.
There's somebody's Spotify account has gone rogue.
Jenna, I'm probably gonna not allow you to share screen
No
anymore.
problem. Do you want me to send you the presentation in case there's more questions on
Could
it?
you? Yeah,
Sure,
please.
no problem.
So, I mean, my takeaway here, I think is the same as I said earlier. We feel all of the attention has to go to the back lot. And I think once that produces the 300 plus total parking that was described earlier, I think a lot of the objections are satisfied because you just have massive amounts of utility back there.
Yeah, and I think that's an important distinction is that to date, there's not like a shared agreement that you can only use X number of spaces or 5 spaces that you're seeking the waiver for. This is just a general, at least conversations to date, shared parking agreement back and forth. There hasn't been limitations on number of spaces to date.
That's a good point, Andrew. I'd like to see a shared park or a joint parking agreement, or at least the outlines of it. I think this was a request in the last meeting, and I'm seeing good feelings in the write-up, but I don't see the outlines of what that agreement would cover.
Thank you. That's where I was going next, is I'd just love to get, I mean, when we asked for an agreement at the last meeting, I have to admit, I in my mind, I thought, oh, there'll be a month. I was momentarily forgetting that we were at a special meeting and our next meeting was 2 weeks later. So I'm wondering if there's any update on the progress for a parking agreement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's a great question. Jane Wellman, Assistant Town Manager. The shared parking agreement was an early conversation we had with the Burbank leadership, and it was about limiting liability for anybody who parked in the parking lot. It was not about allocating space or time. That was never a part of the conversation. It was really just giving them protection from liability if somebody were using it for pickleball parking and were to trip and fall in the parking lot. That was really what Burbank was looking for. They have not asked to use any space at Recal at all. We have offered that as sort of a good neighbor agreement for when and if we would need overflow parking for a couple of our bigger like holiday events, like the Christmas, the winter holiday tends to be very well attended, and so we rent offsite space. Most of our other holiday events happen at the Pleasant Street Center with wait list. So that's part of the value proposition with Recal, so we won't have these wait lists anymore. So that was always the intention with the shared parking agreement. We have brought forward to the Burbank leadership further, open the door to further conversation about, do we do a side agreement? Is it an amendment to the lease? The select board is currently having conversations about, do they want to reopen the lease and have those conversations? So there's a lot of moving parts here. So we're not going to be able to give a distinct letter to Cpdc talking about how those parking spaces would be allotted. And we would ask that Cpdc would condition the project what your feeling is in terms of additional needed parking based on the regulations that you have to permit within.
Okay, that's a little different than what we heard last time. And yeah, I'll just express that the conundrum that we're in, and I think we do have to probably move toward a condition, is they're asking us to approve a site plan that doesn't have adequate parking. While there does appear to be probably adequate parking on a property that's not under our site plan. So we can't, I mean, it's challenging. I'm not saying we can't do it, but I think we have to really think about how we condition gaining permission to use a certain number of sites, and John just added something else, and John, I see your hand up there, in a way that is either striped or organized, and that's all on private property. So the condition.
It's town-owned property.
Okay,
it is under the lease agreement.
Okay, it's under the lease agreement. Yep. So does the town have control of that? It needs to be negotiated with the Burbank Arena, right?
We work very well with the Burbank Arena, right? So when we did the trash rollout, we went out there and we prepared the lot for them at our expense. So we do work with them. To make changes to their lot, we would have to discuss that with them.
Yeah.
To the lot that they're leasing.
And do we have any statement on the record from Burbank Ice Arena saying, yes, we're in negotiations and we want to make this parking thing work or anything like that?
We've had multiple conversations with them.
But we don't
So-
have anything like written on the record saying this is, okay.
No, we have sent them our documentation and their board meeting schedule, and they will respond. It's only been 2 weeks since your last meeting.
It has been only.
So it's really been a very protracted period. We are on a very aggressive permitting schedule with this whole project to bring the project forward so that we don't increase extra costs due to escalation. So we appreciate that the CPDC kind of carved out that special meeting at the end of August for both of the projects so that we could come together, and that would make sense for your timeline as well. But yeah, 2 weeks is a little bit difficult for us to bring forward a complete parking agreement with Burbank and to gauge their full appetite for if they want to go down the road of a detailed, spot for spot appetite or not. They don't have a parking agreement with soccer or baseball or any of that.
Thank you. John, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd be inclined to make this a condition. I think if all the parties are happy, and it certainly sounds like there's a lot of goodwill, I don't see why there'd be any reason why a special meeting couldn't be called, particularly if the subject of parking is already under the lease. We wouldn't be asking to open the lease. It's just performance under the lease.
John, I'm sorry, you're getting a little bit muffled, so it's, I know you're not
Sorry.
mumbling, but it sounds a little bit like that.
I promise I'm using a good microphone.
Okay, just maybe project to your microphone a little bit.
Okay, I wouldn't be in favor of a condition here. I'd be in favor of asking the bodies to meet and come to a conclusion. If the subject matter is already under the lease and the conversation's already been broached, I don't see a practical barrier to having either a special meeting focused entirely on this one topic. We're not asking to open the lease or alter the lease. Apparently, it's already comprehended within the lease. So everyone's in agreement, let's go get it done. What I would not want to see happen is we proceed and then there are disagreements. The time of highest leverage and highest interest is now, not after the buildings are built and the paint's drying. That's would be my concern.
So just for clarification, are you suggesting that we continue until we at least have like an outline of an agreement?
Yeah, I don't see any work product that says that this is a conversation. I accept everything Jane has said as true and factual. But this is such an important element and it's central to all of the discussion. I can't imagine why, given everyone's in alignment to get it done, why it couldn't be done. And that doesn't stop the building from going out to bid. It doesn't stop necessarily any of the preparation work at all. This could all seem to be done within 4 to 6 weeks easily. And it's just a parking agreement. And the reason to have it is not just liability. It's to memorialize the expectation for all parties. You now have three people here that are looking for equity. You're looking for pickleball, you're looking for retail, and you're looking for Burbank Arena and all the folks that contract with Burbank, which include all the baseball and soccer, and et cetera. So there's a lot of equity here that we're trying to balance out. And I don't want to get into a disagreement later. Now's the time to iron all that out.
Can I ask, when is the contract for the ice arena? When does it expire?
So not for a while.
Oh.
In other words, then there's going to be an amendment?
Ms. Eric, no?
Karen Herrick, Select Board. We just re-signed another 10-year agreement with them. We at that time asked them to discuss the contract, which dates to the mid-90s, and we're told in no uncertain terms, no. But it is municipal property. The lease specifically says they may not assign any use of this property to anyone else without the permission of the owners. And the signers on this contract are the select board. And, I'm sorry to disagree with you, Jane, but the select board has had no conversations about this. And that needs to be done in a public meeting. So I do think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves.
Okay, thank you for that update. I tend to agree with John, actually, and this is, I believe what everybody is saying. And for CPDC, we also kind of well, not kind of, we need to also go by what's in the record, right? There are minutes, of course, that say we're having these conversations. We don't have anything from Burbank indicating an openness for this. And I still think it doesn't need to take a long time. I realized that 2 weeks was too short. And I tend to agree that if we could even get, you know, a letter saying, yes, we are open to allocating parking. And my reason is a lot, and there's a lot of parking, right? We are also being asked to approve a site plan that right now doesn't have enough parking for pickleball. So if we had a private developer in and they said, oh, we're gonna come to an agreement with those people next door, we would be saying, okay, make the agreement, tell us about that. And that would be what we would be looking for.
Yeah, and I
You're gonna
guess
say
that's what's
something.
hard under the regulations is like the parking to date is based on the building, right, and the building use. There is no programmatic requirements of parking for pickleball. Well, there is, of course, the thought that pickleballers need a place to park. We don't have a number to tie to that, and so the 5 spaces is dedicated to the building use, which has a lot of programmatic daytime use. I don't know the peak hours of pickleball. Is that noon PM? Is that 2? If it's trending later in the day, does that open the shared parking and, hate to say, informal parking at Burbank too, where is the 85 spaces, I guess, focusing on why isn't that adequate a bit, trying to delve into that a bit.
The 85 spaces for
the building, and so I know they're looking for a waiver of 5 spaces, but with the shared use and some of the variable programs Jenna was looking at of daytime to evening, at least we haven't seen the need of 100% parking proven out.
Okay, thank you. And I see, before I respond to that, I see Andrew McLaughlin has his hand up. McLaughlin.
No, I just want to, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you just fine.
No, I also wanted to harmonize this. Is the parking waiver for the 5 spots began the conversation, but then once we looked at the pickleball courts, knowing that there is a ADA compliant court access to pickleball, that would then initiate the requirement for ADA parking associated with strictly pickleball. Even though it's not written in a bylaw, if you're making something ADA compliant, the passage to and from to that ADA compliance needs to exist. And I think I just wanted to make a note of that I know we're kind of talking about the pickleball and kind of overflow parking to a sense, but it's not just the overflow parking, it's, well, in inclusion of the pickleball development in the area that we developed, we included an ADA accessible court. That would then trigger the requirement for an ADA accessible parking space that feeds the pickleball court and not the actual building itself.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
So I guess I'm comfortable with the ADA parking now being the spot that's moved closer to the courts. You reminded us, Andrew McNichol, that the town is seeking a waiver of 5 spots for the building. I kind of feel like, okay, there is plenty of parking, but for the pickleball, if it's full and the idea of building 7 courts is that we need 7 courts, that's at least 28 people. And if people are coming, going, that's probably about 30 spots. And I think you're pointing out we don't have regulations for that, but that is kind of common sense. And so we don't have that parking right now for that. There is a spot for the parking, there's a kind of a plan to come to an agreement, but it's not incorporated with what we're approving it. And I think all we're asking is somehow get some sort of documentation that as we talked about last time, that we can be assured that this is, rather than us conditioning a separate entity, which has a lease with the town. I think is that John Arena is consistent with what you were suggesting? I don't want to be giving mixed messages.
It is, an MOA is not violative of the lease. It's simply a memorandum of understanding between the parties. And so-
John, you've got to speak up. Sorry, we have a kind of,
It's
please.
really bizarre.
I know it is.
I'm
It's
saying
really
a
weird.
Sorry, wait,
memorandum
I
of
turned the
agreement
volume
is
down for
violative.
Andrew. Let me turn that back up.
Okay, we've turned the volume back up for you, John.
Any better?
Yes, thank you.
A memorandum of agreement wouldn't violate the lease. It simply sets the expectations for all parties. Now, it's probably not even enforceable. In other words, if there was a violation, there's really no remedies. But the intent of this is to not need enforcement, that it just sets the expectation. So I wouldn't make a mountain out of a molehill. All we're asking for is that there's evidence of the joint agreement between the parties. Probably some other language on the back lot in terms of striping and how that'll be managed over time. And I think that's fine. All of that could be done in a couple-hour meeting, I think.
Yeah, an MOA, I might also even say if there was a resolution from the board, something that was somewhat official, saying that we're open to, that we're actively having these conversations and this is the direction we're headed. An MOA would be even more concrete, but something. Sorry. And hopefully it doesn't slow things down too much because we know that we want to save costs and get people out playing.
Well, to summarize, whether it's staff or whether it's the select board, who do you want that to come from? Because either could write a letter to Burbank.
I think it could be a letter from Burbank, like a resolution from the board as an example, or you could submit an MOA back to Cpdc that would have the involvement of both parties. How did I do?
That's fine. I'm looking and seeing if that's getting an acceptable nod or not.
And I would also say that if you've been working on it, and this is just 2 weeks after the last meeting, I'm gonna look to my other CPDC members. If you wanna get us together again for a special meeting between meetings, I'd be game for that. I mean, we did that the last time. This is, if we wanna just have a special meeting to focus on this, so that you don't need to wait a whole nother 4 weeks if it's really rolling and you get something in the next couple of weeks, I'm game for scheduling that. And telling my peers that we should do it. Yes, we have a question, but please come up to speak.
Do you have one more board member with his hand raised? Andrew's got his hand raised.
Okay, turn the volume down for Andrew to come. And then Angela also has a question. Okay.
Can everyone hear me okay? Not too loud?
Yes, let's take Andrew first. Then let's take Andrew.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Andrew, thank you.
All right. So I just want to be clear, I have the same stance as my other board members of having some type of MOA in place, because even though the new the handicap spot being closer to the pickleball courts, that would imply use for the pickleball courts, which then would be a waiver for 6 spots, even though you're not labeling it that. If the intent is that you hope they use that spot versus a dedicated spot, it would kind of be 6 spots. So having some type of MOA, I know I'm kind of beating a dead horse here, but kind of saying the same thing as the other board members of if we had some type of official document saying that people are open to the idea, I think it'd be easily just taken over and we could do a special meeting like we did before.
Great, thank you, Andrew. Yes, Angela Binda.
Thank you, Angela Binda. I have a question because I'm a little confused by what seems to be contradictory information that was given. And so for the sake of transparency, Ms. Wellman said that select board members have been discussing this, and I don't know if that's in meetings with representatives of Burbank. Select board member Karen Herrick said that, and I've been following this, there has been no discussion, no agenda item at a select board meeting. And there's been nothing discussed publicly by select board members. So are there select board members who have been meeting with Burbank members? I'm just,
I'm going to do kind of a qualified timeout. If Ms. Wellman wants to address that, that's fine, but I also want to remember we are at Cpdc, not the select board, and so that's a question for the select board. I don't want to have that interface right now.
okay, I'm just confused because you're asking about what's been going on and if anything's been discussed, and there seems to be conflicting information.
Great question. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify. No, there's been no select board members discussing anything with Burbank. There's been a desire expressed at our select board meetings, predominantly by Ms. Herrick, as she represented earlier this evening. So, you know, there's the select board has an interest in Burbank's lease agreement. Staff are here to support the interest of all boards and residents as we move forward with the
And there
project.
haven't been any conversations with select board members?
Not to my knowledge.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
One item I just wanted to address, there was a question earlier about how will parking for pickleball be sort of adjudicated on that back lot? And as previously stated, we use Play Local to schedule play.
Yeah.
And I will ask the pickleball community members in the room to raise their hands, please. And you're familiar with Play Local? So part of what we can do when we use Play Local is instruct people who schedule their games on where they may park.
Yeah.
And how that is all managed. And we will also be using some of the signs that we put forward in our application to make sure that people are directed on the site to the appropriate parking.
Okay, that's
I'm open to all questions anytime. Call me. We'll see if we can get something with a varying degree of formality in front of you in writing.
Something that says from Burbank that, I mean, if you get an MOA, it's not a contract, if you get an
No, I know what it
MOA
is, yeah.
saying, hey, we agreed to be negotiating this, that's an indication. If the board wants to issue a resolution saying, yes, we're negotiating space for this activity on our back lot, that would work for me. Also, something that is more than people just saying, oh yeah, we're talking.
I would say also, if the two people that signed the 10-year lease that was just done put something together back and forth, that would do it for me.
Yeah, and that may be a lift.
I don't know who
recognize that
signs
may
for
be
the
a big
town.
lift. Yeah.
In this case, the select board signed the lease. So it's the board
And
members
that
themselves.
I appreciate that may take more time than you really want. So, you know, something that indicates that the discussion that has been reported here is in fact happening and moving forward. We believe you, but.
Okay.
Are you sure? I believe you, but I feel like, if we approve this and say, yeah, somewhere we're gonna get, 28, 30 spaces, it's on us if we approve something, there's and that whole negotiation falls apart and then there's nothing. That's on us.
Okay, well, we wouldn't want to put you in that position.
Okay,
Certainly. Thank you.
If I could just make a quick
Yes,
statement.
Andrew.
Though I know Play Local and I understand how Play Local works, not everyone who signage regardless, the facility is not locked up 24 hours a day, correct?
Oh, no.
I mean, it's a public space for the town. Right, so if someone decides not to use the Play Local app and sign up, and when people aren't there or are there, that does have an effect, and with the amount of people that are in the area, general area, that could include local people from our town or other towns that just drive up, don't see people playing, and decide to play. So just putting it out there, having Play Local, though, it's a great app and people can use it and they can reserve the courses and try to mitigate some of the overflow or overload associated with that. That's not the end all be all, and there are other metrics involved. It's just a statement, just something to think about.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the board at this point before we close out and maybe ask for a motion to continue? Okay. Would anybody attempt maybe?
I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing on the Recal 0 Haverhill Street to October 8th to October 6th or earlier.
Yeah, how can we say or a special meeting, because we won't be posting for that again.
I think what we would do in this case is continue to October 6th. If there happens to be a date sooner that works, we can renotice the application with like a week's notice site plan.
Okay,
And look for that.
that sounds good. So to October 6th. A second?
Well, second. Good, because I don't know whether I'm voting on this, I think I'm not.
Oh, right, because we're all,
We had a second from Guy.
what's that?
Guy seconded, it was just really quiet.
Okay, great, thanks. So we'll do a roll call, please. We have, on Zoom, we have Andrew.
Oh, sorry, I think you might be muted.
Oh, sorry, did we go back to that group?
Yes.
Okay, John,
Yes.
Guy,
Yes.
Hillary,
Yes.
and Heather, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we are moving to the continued public hearing for the special permit and site plan review for the mixed use 346, 348 Main Street. And we'll wait till everybody clears out so we can hear you.
It's just gonna fill up again.
What's that?
It's just gonna fill up again, the hall.
The little Zoom.
That was quick work by you.
I was like, I had my finger on like end meeting for all, and I was like, I could probably do something more efficient.
I agree.
Shush.
It's never fun.
We let our guard down for 1 second, one night, telling
It's
you,
like
and it's
2020 and again, in so many ways right now.
How fast that summer went.
That is, I should have probably turned off my mic when I said that.
So.
Okay. Here, you start when you want, but if you want to have some quiet, we can let them file in also.
Up to you guys.
Um,
You know when you're ready. I know you have a lot ahead of this, so.
yeah, why don't we go ahead and Mr. Jolly, I have to say, thank you for waiting another month so that I could go on vacation.
I hope it was a good one.
It was very good family time and I did no work, so
You
thank
guys
you.
do is unbelievable.
Okay, are you presenting an update to us?
Yes, I'm gonna be presenting tonight. Brian's at another meeting. He's gonna try to zoom in depending on whether or not he has time. You know, these things go, no one knows better than you guys how these things go. So my name is James Jolly. I am here tonight regarding Park Realty Trust in 346, 348 Main Street, both as trustee and applicant. You may recall that having resolved all the matters on this project with the police department, we were before you in July anticipating a vote of approval. Note that the fire department was settled in June, and both were the final issues from the June meeting. Unfortunately, just prior to opening the hearing, we all concluded that we did not have a required quorum. As we understood at the time, some members had either left the board or were not eligible to vote because they had missed prior hearing dates. At this point, with all the plans finalized addressing all the concerns and a draft decision of approval being provided by the staff, I respectfully request that the commission grant the requested special permit and site plan approval with the requested waivers as outlined therein. Of course, if we have a quorum, I think we do, I'm not sure.
We do, yes, but we need 3 people, not 4, right?
So you do need 4 on the special permit. You do have 4 eligible voting.
Who are our 4?
It would be Heather, Hillary, Tom, and John Arena.
John Arena, okay, great, thank you.
Again, at the June meeting, we had pretty much finished up. The last questioning was fire and police, and we got that all done. We've been at it a year before you folks, and a little under 20 months since we first started meeting with the admin.
I just had one question. Was there was an issue with regard to, I think it was Park Road and exiting onto the main street. Was that resolved? I couldn't quite see from the.
Yeah, we have our Mass dot approval.
So you got Mass dot approval?
Yeah, it's all set. That was mentioned in Olivia's draft. Yeah, we were gonna change that, saying it's been approved, but it has been approved.
Okay.
And we do have in our packet and in the packet that I'm sure was posted online, we have the message from the Reading Fire Department saying that the current plan satisfies their concerns. And we have a memo from the police department. Wait, did we get one from we got one from the police department also?
We got the June one.
We have one from June.
Pull this up just in case it got lost in translation.
Are you talking police?
Yes.
This is the second update letter right here.
What was that? What was the date of that one?
July 23rd. Officer Scouten wrote that changes have met the public safety concerns with this.
Yeah, we had a great meeting. We had a great meeting with him. He made some super recommendations. All were incorporated into the plan. I thought they were all great, very, very helpful.
And I appreciate all of the adjustments you've made to the plan over the last year as we sorted it all out. I have no further questions. I'm ready to approve this, but I want to see if others have questions and certainly if there are any other questions online. Okay.
Open to public comment.
Yes, let's see if there are any comments online. I said online, but I mean in the room. Any comments from the public? Okay. Let's take a look at the decision.
Yes, let me pull that up. So this is indeed a special permit application and a conjoined site plan review. The special permit is for the mixed use designation of commercial and residential in the Business A zoning district, which is predominantly along South Main Street. We do list all of the documents recorded to date, both from the applicant and the staff side. In the findings, generally, we summarize the project in its many different sticking points. In general, to remind all, this is a 12-unit building on the 3 stories above, all residential being 2-bedroom units. The building will include about 2,100 square feet of designated commercial space. About 50% of that is the main office space on the first floor level and some subsurface storage in the basement for the commercial use. There are 20 parking spaces on site. Curb cuts will be reduced from 2 to 1s to maintain the existing driveway on Park Ave and improve that while closing the driveway on Main Street. Getting any key bullet points here. So the parking is described in number 8. We have 20 on-site spaces where there are 22 required on-site, but given some of the shared expectations between residential and commercial hours and the on-street informal parking that could be proven. Loading spaces, there is no designated loading space within the garage itself, but there will be an area marked along the building frontage of Park Ave that the area is private property and there's no public parking on that, and I'll show that condition below in a minute to make sure it's clear as well who will enforce that. And that can be an area designated for small delivery, pickup, drop off as well. Traffic impacts, the TIA was submitted. It concluded that there were no significant changes during the peak AM and PM hours. Just to remind all, two of the units are affordable units, so those will be deed restricted to the 80% AMI. All zoning setbacks are met, including lot coverage and building height. This is not, this is 346 Main Street. Drainage was reviewed on site with the town engineering department and the stormwater operation and maintenance plan. And moving into waivers now, which CPDC will vote on individually. The applicant is requesting a waiver from section 4672, which requires that commercial space in a mixed-use project in the zoning district provide 25% of the floor area to be designated commercial. The applicant is proposing 13.7% to maintain an existing tenant at the site. They qualify for that waiver request. There is the waiver request for the 2 parking spaces from 22 down to 20, with parking spaces being designated to specific residential and or commercial users within the site to help promote that. The loading will be handled just adjacent to the site, so there's a waiver for a loading on site. The parking aisle widths, we require 26 feet. We propose is a 25-foot aisle width, which works for all turning movements shown and is adequate. And the parking space design as well. I believe we require 18 and by 8.5, proposed are 17 by 8.5 for a portion of the spaces to be near compact size. Before I go on, questions? Keep rolling, or do you want to stop at waivers?
I have one item that the discussion about the parking reminded me of. I think you said somewhere later on, this may be in a condition, but in the last 6 weeks, I had a conversation with, I share this with the rest of the CPDC also, with the police department, who requested that, especially when there are parking restrictions that are really managed by a private entity, that we are clear about how it's enforced. And so this might be something that I look for when we get down to conditions, if you're open to this, Mr. Jolie, is that we have a contact for the property on I guess record is the thing with, and I have the particular position, it's with not the parking officer, but basically, yeah, but with the police department, and I will look up the particular position that we want to reference. But basically, they want to have a contact, because when somebody's parking at a no parking spot that is a private no parking spot, they get the calls, and so they just need to know who to call. They asked us to start doing that.
No, Officer Scouten was clear on that too.
Yeah.
A
Good.
lot of really good points.
We have the same information, okay.
Yes,
When we
very
get down
good
to
point.
conditions, I will mention that. And then I also see that you are requesting in the waiver that the parking may be changed or varied as long as the allocation is stated herein. Is there a way that we can concisely say that doesn't turn into either compact spaces or oddball spaces? You know, that there's still, the size of the spaces should still be the same. I'm just remembering that one conversation we had where there was this one space, but if people really parked there and they didn't know what they were doing, they would park in others.
Yeah.
I think Brian was getting to trying to make sure there was some choice of numbering and that type of thing.
Of how they're labeled?
How they're laid out.
I guess similar to Heather's point, I think what I wanna make sure of is that there will not be reduction of on-site spaces. And then I guess what Brian is trying to get at is that like if you need more residential parking than you expect, is that what, that you would
No, I think
dedicate some of the
mix
commercial to
gonna stay the
residential?
same.
That's where I'm confused.
We anticipate the mix staying the same. It's just having flexibility of assignment. And, but as far as our parking plan was very clear as far as the commercial spaces are out of there 5 or 6, and we actually haven't timed because a lot of the administrative staff, they work at home now. So where the real estate business is.
There's one thing that I'd love to definitely get in here, is that I'm just thinking about, and I don't even have the site plan right in front of me right now, but it's very important that a handicapped accessible spot does not get allocated to a resident who doesn't need the handicapped. It's only used for, I guess that it's not
Assigned.
It's not assigned.
Not an assigned
Yeah,
spot,
that the
yeah.
handicapped spot does not become an assigned spot. I think that's very important.
Can that really happen? I'm not so sure, but would you have to apply for that by the state?
It is also, I don't know for sure, I believe it's also illegal, but it has happened at other properties, and so we want to be sure.
I can condition that as well.
Can we say the allocation and dimensions of each parking spot remain the same?
You've seen the forms of easement that Verizon is asking us to.
Is that Brian right there? I'm never getting it.
I think it was, I'm gonna do that. Sorry, you were asking for like.
I was asking something like that, you may have better words, but the allocation and dimensions of each spot remain the same. I don't want to see any reduced to compact or turned into triangle spaces or other polygons.
I think that's all in the parking plan. And that
Yeah.
was anticipated, we're not anticipating to change that, just to have some flexibility.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that our language isn't interpreted in any other way than what we intend together in this room right now.
You might want to reference the parking plan again, Andrew, because I think that's what Brian was going off of.
Brian, can you hear us?
Yeah,
Yes, I can.
Brian, your hand is up, I see. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, folks. For the record, Attorney Brian McGrail, I'm sorry I'm late. I've got multiple meetings going tonight. So I just finished one. So, yeah, I heard the point here. And yeah, the only thing, we're not looking to reduce or retrade any parking. Just wanted flexibility to be able to maybe move a parking space if one's a visitor, move it to another location. Plus, this also gives us flexibility if we need to move a handicap parking space. But not diminishing any of the conditions or requirements.
Okay, so are you okay with the language that we're adding in there? Just to, so it's interpreted correctly?
Spaces shall not be reduced. Yeah. Yes. I am okay with that. Yep.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
The only thing what I would add is on the ADA spaces shall not be assigned. If you could just say except to the extent as required by law. Because sometimes if somebody has a special accommodation, you do need to accommodate them. We have no problem doing it on our own, but if we're required by law to assign an ADA space to a handicapped resident, we might have to do that.
Okay.
I think extent required by law.
Yeah.
Required by law, not allowed by law, yeah. That's the language that makes me think of it. Okay, any other questions on the waivers from the commission? We could go ahead and vote on these waivers and then go down through the rest of the, or should we look at the whole decision and go back and vote on the waivers?
Probably for the waivers, you would close the hearing first,
Oh, that's right.
and then the waivers. You can do the waivers all at once, though, if you want to.
Let's go through the rest of the conditions then, so we can incorporate them all in the hearing.
So conditions in this case, we have our general conditions for future triggers for permits, site plans, and other, as well as sidewalk improvements and the parking identifications to be marked out as detailed on site. Same with the landscaping. If the occupancy comes at a time where landscaping isn't appropriate, we'll request a bond to cover the installation of the remaining landscape. There are some fairly technical requirements for the affordable units that we'll have to make sure of during the permitting process, because it gets into the affirmative fair market housing plan and so on, and all those things really for me to worry about. But we'll make sure that that's there, and so that that gets out appropriately, and that the units are chosen appropriately for affordable units. We took some comments from the engineering memo just to reiterate as conditions prior to permitting. And then in the plan revisions, before we get to below, which I can make more clear, but I just wanted to grab a detail of the proposed no parking signage along Park Ave, because it must also indicate that parking enforcement is to be managed by private owner. So we'd just love to look at that with you, make sure we're all in agreement with
absolutely.
our PD and yourself on the language there.
I know Officer Scouten also wants to look at it.
Yep, so.
Happy to do so.
As typical, we'll go through our pre-construction meetings, O&M reviews, and other certifications and sign-offs. During construction, we just have our general conditions for bonding, inspections, and limitations. Prior to occupancy, we'll inspect the site, make sure this all works out. We'll want the operations and maintenance plan that does also talk about your parking enforcement and how you'll expect to manage that. And that was it. I can add, if the board wants more language on the private parking management along Park Ave, but I think with the signage details and the management agreements that we'll look to coordinate on, that we'll get there.
Did you want to add them under?
Yeah.
Had
Parking information
should allow.
or parking, property management?
For building enforcement of Park Ave.
Sorry, I know I'm making this messy now.
Something about keeping up-to-date records.
Yeah, and it should, I think this is in the property management agreement, and
Current points of contacts.
it should specify a point of contact that is consistently provided to the support services lieutenant.
Should you add parking between building and enforcement? Building parking enforcement?
Yeah, that's what I would,
True.
there, that's where I was.
I was like,
Yeah.
I'm missing something here.
Should specify, can we be this specific? I mean, they asked that a point of contact can be kept on record with the Reading Police Department's support services lieutenant.
Yeah.
Because of the parking, not for, yeah.
You point of contact from building management?
Yes, a building management,
That'd
yeah.
be a good way to put it.
Up here. had the specific?
It was the support services lieutenant.
God, now my spelling's gonna. Brad's spelling is gonna show.
IEU. Go back. LIEU. Tenant.
Tenant. Thank you guys.
Spelling bee girl here.
I'm a math guy, not an English guy.
I just used the red underline.
Spell check sometimes helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not doing it.
You gotta get close.
Okay, that was it.
Do you have the point of contact, the management point of contact, with the detailing, the procedures? Yes, perfect, okay, thank you. That was my big one. Any other comments from the commission? Okay, any other final comments from the public on this? Okay, barring none, I think we can close the public hearing. And the voters on this whole thing are John Arena, Hillary, myself, and Tom Armstrong. So would one of you like to move to close the hearing?
I move that we close the hearing of, hang on, let me find the, 346, 348 Main Street Park Realty Trust.
Okay.
Second.
Alrighty, and we'll do a roll call because John is online. So John Arena?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, thank you. Hillary?
Yes.
Heather? Yes.
Yes.
And Tom, yes. Okay, now let's vote on the waivers. And we would take a motion to approve all of these waivers all together.
Do I read each waiver?
Could say the waivers as presented.
Okay.
Yeah.
I move that we accept the waivers as presented in the draft decision for, go back to this. Sorry, you should have 346, 348 Main Street Park Realty Trust, and anything else? Do I list each of these?
No,
waivers?
we don't need,
As,
Okay, I'll take a second.
Second.
Alrighty.
I'll just make one addition. Under paragraph 3, you need to add the CPDC voted paragraph under that.
Catch.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll do a roll call vote again. John Arena?
Yes.
All right, Hillary?
yes.
Heather, yes?
Yes.
Tom, yes, thank you. And now we'll vote to approve the entire decision. If there's a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the decision for 346, 348 Main Street Park Realty Trust. Do I read more?
I think that's fine.
Okay.
Second?
As amended.
As amended.
Second.
Okay, roll call again. John Arena?
Yes.
Hillary?
Yes.
Heather, yes?
Tom, yes.
Okay, wonderful, thank you.
That's it.
Thank you
That's
very
it.
much.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
It's been
much.
great to deal with. I appreciate it.
Likewise.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Brian. We'll follow up as soon as we can.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Getting a lot done tonight. Okay, next up is the continued public hearing for the site plan review for the Primrose School at 885 Main Street. Do we have anyone here to present for the applicant?
I'm looking for.
Saw them in the hallway earlier.
Yeah.
long walk, so.
Okay, when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Jonathan Silverstein. I'm counsel for the applicant. With me is Josh Klein and other members of the applicant team, including the principal. At the last hearing session, the board asked us to submit some additional information, which we've since submitted, including a updated site plan, stormwater management, architectural package, a truck turn exhibit, O&M plan, a sample parking management plan, and a sample emergency management plan. We believe at this point we have submitted all of the information that the board has asked for. I know that public safety is here to answer any questions, remaining questions that the board might have regarding their views on the project. With that, I think I'll rest. I don't know if there are any other questions. Hopefully we've addressed everything that's come up during the public hearing process, and we're hopeful for a vote tonight.
Did you want to, for public benefit, walk through any, say, updates from the architectural plan from the last time or the site plan updates?
If that would be helpful, we're happy to do that. I turn it over to Josh Klein to walk through those documents.
Do you want to bring up the color rendering? Thank you. I also have the board, so I can.
Sorry, everything's just taking a second to load up here.
So, going to the taco place. You gonna be done anytime soon? They're going to the taco.
Can I come?
That's awesome.
So while Andrew's bringing it up, I can kind of just run through some of the updates since the last presentation. So 7/14 was the last time we were in front of the commission. Since then, we went to the Conservation Commission hearing on 7/23. We formally resubmitted the documents as discussed. A letter was issued from the Reading Police Department. We did meet with the Reading Police Department, issued an updated parking management plan. We also attended the Conservation Commission hearing on 8/13. They did approve the stormwater management permit as well as the notice of intent. Order of conditions has been issued. So that's both a stormwater and a wetlands perspective. Kind of some of the key items from a site perspective. So, at this time we have received a letter from Reading Fire Department. I believe that you see them in the crowd, but we've satisfied all of their concerns. We received a letter from Reading Police Department. We've satisfied all of their concerns. We spoke about at the last meeting, the traffic peer reviewer. There's no additional comments. We've addressed all of their concerns. Again, I mentioned we received Conservation Commission approval as part of that. There was a stormwater peer review, so all those concerns were addressed as well. The plan from when we were here last time to now has not changed. So nothing visually you can see has changed. We did add a couple additional employee parking spaces kind of towards Main Street. But it is the same plan that this commission and the public has seen at the last meeting. Architecturally, if you want to flip to you can flip to just rendering A 1.0. So there were some kind of minor changes to the materiality of the building to kind of create a little bit more of a residential feel. Again, the building does comply with all setback and height requirements.
Okay, I noticed also the last time you were here, I asked for the operations and maintenance plan to indicate that snow would be removed and not stored on site. And I saw that that was in there.
Correct.
That was taken care of. Other comments or questions or observations from the commission?
Well, I noticed that apparently the playground area was expanded to cover an escape area, an evacuation area.
Just to clarify, the playground has not changed. So it's the same playground that was presented the last meeting. We just highlighted kind of an area, and it looks like you're looking at the sample emergency management plan. So no change to the playground.
And where did they derive the 50-foot requirement from?
That's a building code requirement.
For?
I could just. So just because not everyone's in here, I think what's being referenced is the sample emergency a emergency management plan on sheet 1 of 1, which was the exhibit submitted. There's a 33,500 square foot primary evacuation area noted. There's a 5 square foot per person requirement, which comes out to 1,015 square feet, so we're over 3 times the required area.
Well, that's the area. I was talking the 50-foot minimum distance.
Correct. There's a code requirement for 50 feet from the building to the evacuation area. 80 feet is shown on the plan.
State code?
Building code, correct.
School or daycare?
It's a building code requirement applicable to this
use. So
use.
it's not applicable then?
It's applicable to this use.
For educational designation, childcare.
I look at this room, and this room is about 30 feet.
Again, the plan shows that it's a scaled plan that shows 80 feet, minimum is 50 feet is required.
You don't have any exit from the rear or the side to get to Francis Drive?
So the emergency management plan, again, kind of the verbiage describes the evacuation route, and the evacuation area is kind of shown. So the board requested that we provide a sample. Again, this board doesn't review and approve evacuation plans. It would be something that's approved as part of the EEC and the building department process.
And EEC is Early Education Center. I'm acronym cop.
Well, the one part that I don't like is, quote, it's a sample. And I think you've got another sample somewhere. To me, if EEC is going to reject this and require something else, I think we should be involved.
Well, and my sense on that, because it is outside of CPDC's purview to approve this type of thing, that what does EEC stand for again? I kind of made that up just now.
Early, I think you're right, early education and care, huh?
Yeah, certificate. If anything were to change the site plan, if anything about the certification process were to be rejected and require a modification to the site plan, that would have to come back in one form or another
Right, so
to
that would,
CPDC.
you're exactly right, with the changes necessitated, if any, trigger a minor site plan or site plan modification process.
It would come back to us if that changed. If the site plan had to change because of that.
I just want to hone down again more on this state requirement. Where's the state requirement located? Let's see, are you Stonefield? They switch people on me, I think. Stonefield prepared this report?
We prepared so the board asked for a sample, so our office helped prepare an exhibit to be included in the sample that was submitted.
As like a typical type of plan.
Right, but I want to know who set forth the 50-foot limit.
They're building code requirements.
Who do you represent?
My name's Josh Klein. I'm from Stonefield Engineering. I'm a licensed professional engineer.
That's the answer to the question that I was getting at. Okay. Now, go over with me again where you drew the 50-foot requirement.
So the sample EEC plan for meeting potential emergencies was a 2-page document that was submitted. So the first page is a narrative explaining kind of the plan. The second page was an exhibit that goes along with it. And the exhibit shows the primary evacuation area as well as a setback from the building.
I get that.
Area.
I think he's asking for like 521 CMR building code or the EDC building code is what.
Again, I don't have the number. This is a sample plan that was submitted, but we will be required to meet all applicable local and state requirements as part of the building permit process.
So you don't have, you said it's a state code?
I came tonight prepared to speak to the application, not to kind of, I guess, I didn't have prepared kind of all the context of the Mass State Building Code prepared to speak to.
And I think if it's state building code, it's.
No, I disagree with that because I've read the legal opinions that they've got. There's 2 areas. One is regulations. The regulations have to be reasonable. And I think what they've done here, if accurate, would probably be reasonable if it's applicable to childcare.
But it is, and that's.
Well, that's what he's saying, but he doesn't know where it's coming from. Is it typical to a manufacturing business, or is it typical to a childcare?
So just, I was going to say that this plan has been prepared kind of with both Primrose, the childcare, the project architect, as well as our office. So the plan presented is particular to a childcare use. It's not particular to a manufacturing use.
If I could, Madam Chair, I think it's important to take a step back. This is a use protected under the Dover Amendment. Certain reasonable regulations that are imposed generally and are found in your zoning bylaw can be enforced as long as they're not unreasonable as applied. That doesn't mean that members of the board can subjectively decide that they're going to pick some subject that is not properly within the board's scope and try to put the burden on the applicant to justify where it got numbers for something that isn't within the planning board's purview in the first place, and to cross-examine members of the project team that produced a sample plan, which is exactly what we said we would produce. We said we weren't going to produce the final plan because we can't produce the final plan until we get approval and licensure from the state. We were very clear that we were going to produce a sample plan, which we've done, not to have it micro-inspected, but rather because we were asked for something that is not within the board's purview. And when we pointed that out, we were told, well, can't you just give it to us anyway so that, you know, we're just asking you for it? We said, sure, we'll do that. And we've done it. We've done it timely. We have public safety officials here who I respectfully submit are in a better position to opine on whether or not there are any existing reasonable regulations that we're not meeting that we're required to meet and that are within the board's purview.
There are basically two exceptions, the reasonableness exception, which you mentioned, and health safety, which is not really a regulation. You just mentioned the reasonableness. I'll just cut to the chase. I don't think it's safety enough, but I'll ask our fire department to come up and see what they say. If they would.
Could I just quickly respond to that? Because that absolutely falls under the law. You can impose reasonable regulations that actually exist in your zoning bylaw that relate to setbacks, bulk, height, yard size, open space, parking, and building coverage. It has to be one of those. It has to exist in your bylaw, not be imposed here where it's not imposed on other non-protected uses. And it has to be reasonable. It's not one or the other. It has to be all three. And this, respectfully, is none of those. But with that, I'll defer.
Thank you. And do we also have our counsel online?
Just see if he's logging in.
Okay, that just let me know when they are here also. Did you understand would you like to come up and respond to what we have a memo from the fire department in here, I think saying that this meets your, that you have no outstanding concerns. Would you like to come up and say anything else?
Would you like me to?
Yes.
You may.
All right, my name is Rick Nelson, I'm fire chief here in town. Yeah, so I'd written, quick history, I'd written that memo back in the spring because the initial plan was very unsatisfactory. With the redesign, they indeed addressed all of the items that we expressed in that memo. They shifted the building, they changed the parking so that we could move the trucks around. As far as regulations, what they're proposing within fire code and building code, although we're not the enforcement on building code, we work with the building department. The reality is they're building a building that meets all those requirements. The one comment I will say is that with the plan as presented, we believe that the evacuation area is sufficient to get them where they need to be safe until we can figure it out. The one thing that brings us just a little bit of trepidation though is how do we get them out of that yard? Just because there's only the one means of egress by the building. So one thought that we had is if there could be a second means of egress out of that, maybe something on the back of the fence, some sort of pathway down, maybe it ends at the end of their property coming out to Francis Drive or something like that, so that we could then take children and people out if we're not able to bring them by the building safely. That's the one thing that's given us a little bit of heartburn, but for the most part, the plan as presented, we don't see any issues with building code or fire code presented.
Thank you very much. As I was looking at the site plan, I have a huge fear of fire. I'm so grateful for you guys. I also wondered that same thing. I was like, okay, if it really is bad, how do the kids get out of that yard, out of the play yard? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is the likelihood of a large event of that building, it's going to be built under the 10 building code, fully sprinkled, built, the reality of a large incident, large fire there, but that doesn't mean there's not going to be smoke, there's not going to be, there's going to be hazards. As you can imagine, that parking lot will be pretty full of big red fire trucks and things. So, to now match up the small humans with the larger humans that are responsible for them, we would need some area to do that. And off-site is either that or shutting down Main Street, and that's really not gonna be a good option, so that's probably the one area of trepidation that still has us at this point.
Okay, thank you. I find that extraordinarily helpful.
Okay.
To the applicant, is that something you think you can do, is get a second means of egress from the playground there?
So we have John raised his hand.
And John, okay, and John, we know that you have our hand raised as well.
So we did hear that. I think just within the past day or so, we're open to talking to the fire chief about that and trying to work that out. But without sitting here today, we can't commit to it without trying to figure out the feasibility of it. And we can't agree to this process being delayed anymore, but we can commit to, which I think we have had, continuing an open and productive dialogue with the department and trying to make that happen if it's, if we can. Obviously, we have no issue with it. It's a matter of building layout, site layout, going back and trying to design that. We're happy to work on that. But again, it's really not something that we think is appropriately within the scope of the board's purview.
I'm gonna take John Arena's question, then I want to come back to that because I have a question back to you, but I need to look something up first. So John Arena, why don't you go?
Thank you, Heather. A question for the fire chief.
Go ahead, John.
Your comments about the distance and ability to distance the children would apply whether there were 70 feet to the east, to the west, to the north, ignoring for the moment parking and traffic. In other words, your comments, I think, are more to distance and the nature of the building than any one particular plan. Is that, am I putting words in your mouth, or is that accurate?
I'm sorry, John, you have to rephrase. I don't think I followed you on that.
There's a single plan in front of us here. You've made the observations that the building is construction that's unlikely to be fully involved and you could fight the fire, et cetera. And that the children secreted away 70 feet would be adequate. But I take it that that would be true whether they were 70 feet to the north or the east. They're still the same distance.
Yeah, yes, I think I can agree with that statement, yes.
So your comments are more about the distance proper, not any one particular implementation.
Yeah, I believe I was being asked if that plan, if the evacuation distance was sufficient for the children. I believe I was being asked. And for that building, fully sprinkled, likely not a large incident, that would present us, that would give them adequate space to be safe while we figured out what's going on. But then that leads into the second means of egress question.
And
thank you, Chief. That answers the question.
And this,
I think one of the problems, Heather, that this board has wrestled with is the novelty of this particular design, which proposes to put some 200 souls, 70 feet, it's surrounded on 3 sides by retaining wall and fence, and a building on the 4th. To my knowledge, no other Primrose building planned or in existence in the area has this feature or quality, nor does any Reading school. And while it's unlikely, we build plans based on risk, possibilities, not probabilities. My concern all along has been the inability to remove these children and rejoin them with their parents or caregivers, which requires understanding who they are, their identity, et cetera, all in an environment of an emergency. And by the way, this could be January or the pouring rain or inclement weather. So we're not talking about the nice, pretty environment we have here in September. That's been my concern all along. And while the Dover Amendment doesn't contemplate this particular design, it's what's in front of us. The nature of planning boards, as I understand it, are inherently charged with the public health and safety in that their plans and zoning incorporate that. Unfortunately, this particular concept is never contemplated by our plans, but it's before us. I continue to have reservations here, absent a means to remove these children. And since that's also at least a concern voiced seconds ago, I'm not the only one concerned with this. The applicant has come to us with this design. It's their proposal. And it's the circumstances created here are created by the design. And it may be that changes to the design could solve this problem, but they've not been proposed nor contemplated yet. So I'm faced with passing judgment on what's in front of us tonight, and commitments or dialogue that may or may not yield needs to come to fruition before we can consider it as material to the proposal. Thanks.
Thank you, John. I do want to come back to the second means of egress. I mean, I'm looking at, if you want to pull up the site plan, you could do this. I'm looking at, when I hear from our fire chief that a second means of egress is a wise idea, I tend to go with that. It looks to me like you've got, it doesn't need to be a fancy egress, it just needs to be a way out. It looks like you've got room for a back exit from the playground.
Yes, I don't.
Explain the constriction there and and I guess my second one is, would you accept a condition that we sort that out? You sort that out with the fire department, just a second means of egress, even if you're not ready to have it, even if it's not on the site plan right now.
Yeah, I think as stated, and Jonathan can correct me, I mean, we fully intend and would have no issue kind of working with the fire chief to kind of ensure that, we come up with a plan that is kind of acceptable, and if it truly is feasible. But I agree. I think in looking at the plan, I think there are options. I mean, we've showed throughout the process, and meeting with Reading Police and meeting with fire, the applicant is willing to kind of work with officials. I mean, one of the items talked about, is that there's going to be a meeting with fire and police kind of before the project opens, just to make sure that all the things that we talk about tonight and past meetings and the parking management plan, they're actually being talked about the people that are in the school every day and running the school. So that was something that was talked about. So I think we would work if there's a reasonable solution or a feasible solution, we would do it. I think there are options. The site does have grade change and there, are wetland concerns and things like that, but I think we can definitely come up with something, or if not, ensure that we, satisfy, the concerns and meet any kind of applicable requirements.
Because right now, the only way out of that playground is, as the fire chief said, up by the main entrance, right? And
so there's three different gates that kind of technically there's a gate behind the building to Plant South that you could go around the building. I'm just explaining where they are.
Why don't you point them to point those?
So there is one there. There's a kind of a gate that's highlighted there, and then there's a larger gate that's highlighted towards the parking area. But I agree. I think there's room to put a gate 25 to 30 to 40 feet to the right.
Yeah, like an emergency, for use in emergency.
Exactly.
Right?
So that's why I said I think if we can come up with a reasonable and feasible solution, we're happy and have that be a condition to kind of work it through.
Okay. I think that's something we can flag for. I think that's an important condition to include. Thank you for accepting that. I also want to note, I'm just going through all these files here because the applicant made reference to a memo from the fire department and a memo from the police department. And for anybody in the public who hasn't had a chance to look at this, sorry, this is what, sorry. We had a memo, the wrong thing, this is why, pardon me just for 1 second. Words. We do have a memo from the police department. This is about traffic. A question that I had at the last meeting was, oh, could you provide some examples or something about what would we do if traffic started to queue up and cause a nuisance on Main Street? And the memo from the police department is saying that they met with the applicant, stressed proactive measures to be taken. And I think we can work these into conditions as well. Well, some of these we can work into conditions. To operationally assign staggered drop-off and pickup times based on enrollment. And then I think you just made reference to this, to have a site visit with public safety prior to occupancy to go over the parking management plan. So these elements, just to be clear, we didn't get a memo from, oh, there's one right there. We didn't get a memo from the police department that says, yeah, we're good with this. They said, we have these concerns and here's how we'd like to have them addressed. And those are things that I think we can put into conditions as well.
That's through meeting with them is how we got to.
Yes, yeah. So would you agree that these are things that we can put into conditions and have it be requirements?
Yeah, I think the first one we just have to go through the language with the board. We'd have to ensure that the language wouldn't, put an unreasonable restriction on how, the daycare can operate. But as long as, a reasonable kind of decision can be made on how that language is. That would be the only thing. Again, a updated parking management plan, which is reflected that as well. Kind of the language that was requested.
Okay, and do we have that draft language already somewhere in there? Is that something that you were expecting to work on tonight? Okay. Those were my big things. Okay, Andrew McLaughlin.
Yep, so I just had some kind of clarification for within the board. As far as, meeting last time, meeting this time, I do believe, some of the requests, if not all of the requests were made under conditions that kind of we spoke about. Is there a condition, and I guess, is there a condition that the board would feel would make it more adequate to kind of move this along and be within our purview? And what I mean by that is I don't like to compare this Primrose to other Primroses, nor do I like to compare it to other schools, because we have to look at this project as its own individual project and not in a comparison to other projects. So I want to be careful when we start comparing this to other schools within the town, as well as other Primrose schools that currently exist. And we have to look at, are they meeting the requirements set forth both by the bylaws as well as the Capital Planning and Development Committee, and as well as the code requirements that we have our oversight of. So if there is like a major concern that we could potentially create a condition to allow the applicant, as long as they're not conflicting with any of the existing bylaws and or regulations, then I would urge the rest of the board to be creative and come up with a condition that would allow them to do so. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from the commission?
I had a question. I was looking at the architectural plans and it shows the signage. Are we approving the signage here? Is that part of this approval process?
The signage was detailed, so I believe we summarized it in the findings.
Similar to our very first thing this evening, just want to confirm. I mean, I'm looking at the zoning, it looks like it is compliant, but I just want to confirm.
Yes.
I think there's some illumination notes on here about LED signs, sign cabinet.
The signage is, I think there would be, there's one freestanding sign proposed and then the wall-mounted signs, but it would comply with the ordinance requirements.
Okay, so that it's like only illuminated through the letters and.
Yeah, and so signs in this district for, I guess in this case, legal business operations default to business B. It will be set back 20 feet from adjacent lots for the district, and it shall only be illuminated during hours of operation.
And it's only coming through the letters, it's not coming through the background.
Correct. Those are channeled.
Okay, good catch.
Just make sure. That's...
I don't know if that needs to be noted because it's not exactly called out, it's just talking about a lighted cabinet. So.
Some.
Can you speak to that? Is the intention here to have the lighting only through the letters or through?
It would be to whatever is required by code.
So if we could add that too.
So I think it might even say it in the draft decision, but it would be, signage would be, lighting would be in accordance with the requirements.
Thank you.
What is the requirement? Because this is different from the downtown smart growth district, right?
Right, but this is because it's building, you said B?
Right. And the idea of around residential zoning districts also allowing commercial operations in their special cases.
Protected uses.
Yeah, it really only says shall be illuminated during hours of operation. It doesn't distinguish between external or internal only. I think just those hours for the residents. But if it is internally illuminated, we would require what's defined as internally illuminated. If they propose exterior uplighting for it, if that happened to change to that case, we would also look to conform in that way.
Okay. It's on, if anybody's interested, it's in the chapter 8 of our zoning bylaw.
We also had a letter come in since we last met. I'm gonna go find this somewhere, it's in our record. Asking about taller trees from an abutter. Did that make its way to the applicant?
We did not receive it. I didn't see a post on the website.
I thought you did, and we talked about that south border.
Yeah, I know you talked about something. I didn't see anything get uploaded.
Take the attachment to.
It's in our public comment folder. I saw it there.
But I will say along the southern border, we have 26 eastern red cedar at 6 to 8 foot planting height, which is a good planting height, and those will grow to provide additional screening. So there, is a good kind of along that southern side, kind of a proposed significant green screen that's being proposed.
How high do they grow?
6 to 8 feet at planting. They can get, much larger, 20, 30 feet. Again, I think in this case, they'll probably be a little bit limited, but.
Because they're close together?
Well, part of it is the spacing. We wanted to kind of keep them close enough to provide some screening day one, again, 6 to 8 feet. My height are 2 feet above, so it will provide day one screening as well.
And I just want to be very clear to the family that requested it. 6 to 8 feet is how high they will be at planting, and the trees will grow from there.
Correct.
Thank you. And it's not like the, the arborvitae that are 6 to 8 feet and they kind of, it's not arborvitae, right? They're actually like real trees.
There's different, depends on, there's some arborvitaes grow really fast, some grow very slow, so,
Yeah.
but eastern red cedar is a really nice screening plant.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, other comments or questions from the commission? Okay, let's open it up to the public. Oh, wait, okay, Andrew, sorry. McLaughlin.
No, we can open up to the public. I'll speak after.
Okay,
Thank you.
Comments or questions from the public, here or online?
Hi, Janice Varner, 874 Main Street. Citizens are still concerned about safety here at this location. I've lived at this location for 40 years. I've seen numerous very dangerous accidents. I don't think tonight we've been talking much about the fact that these accidents have occurred, that we've had to redo the lines on different sections of 28 nearby. I do realize that the police are concerned about queuing and you're gonna have to address that somehow. I'm wondering when and how. That could be addressed by Primrose because we see it all the time with Bagel World. We have also this very tight driveway to get into with very packed parking spots with tight turns and people slowing down on a downhill section of 28 where we have all seen it happen, car on top of a roof. So these are real concerns. To me, to be honest with you, respectfully, it feels tonight a bit like the Dover Amendment was thrown around and people are getting a little bit intimidated. And I think as citizens, we are all sort of feeling like we hope that safety of 170 kids and 30 adults is being considered here because it is a fact that they do need an off-site spot for gathering, not just for a count of heads and fire drill, but for keeping the kids. That is per the early childhood EEC, that when they go to get their license, similar to the Goddard School in town, who's got an agreement with REI, they will not get their license unless they have a spot. So the next question about Francis Drive, and I'm sure there's some residents here tonight from Francis, that's private property that I don't believe is part of this deal that they're going to be buying from this property owner. So they would have additional property that they would have to buy. If you look at the markings of the land around that area, it's all cut up. So are we saying that the town for some reason would grant an easement for some reason to a private company to then break through similar to what we have at Wood End? And why would we do that? Why are we obligated and feeling we are obligated to do that? Which brings up the next topic. If it's going to be like Wood End, with that street, what street is that Wood End has as the back way out, everybody knows? Sunshine. There you go, Sunshine. We all know parents cut corners, they park down there. That's their way into school when traffic is bad. So we're gonna have that on Francis Drive, and what about safety concerns there? What about all sorts of things there? So is the town saying, sure, for this company, we're gonna allow that to happen? We know what Francis Drive looks like. It's two little houses on the end of a street with a circle. I mean, what about people now turning onto that drive to do all this and cut these corners? So I'm not sure that Francis Drive is the solution to the back way out. So let's assume that it's not. We still have a fenced in area. It is like fish in a barrel. There is no way out. Unlike, sorry to say, but unlike all the other Primrose properties, and I brought it with me last time, the aerial views of all the other local schools, there is no bordering property with any sort of business parking lot or other land these kids can get to. This property is crammed in. We all know it, right? It's a single family home, licensed for 10 children to be out of daycare. And we're trying to put 200 people on it. So I think everyone is just sort of questioning what is going on here. This is not reasonable, it's not safe, and our town seems to just be approving it. So just wanting to slow down a little bit, okay? Since our last meeting, we also did learn, and maybe Primrose can answer this, the size of their playground seems like it's not meeting the requirements of the early education and care departments either. The required size is 13,000 square feet. I believe the Primrose plan is for 9,300 square feet. You could argue that you'd have part of the kids out there at one time, but that is the regulation. So I'll leave that one out there as an open question. Another thing to mention was traffic. The traffic studies, we realize, everybody's looked at them, nobody's finding anything, it's all working. Okay, try adding 200 extra cars per day, 2 times a day, and at the time of day, the traffic for 3 public schools within 1 mile of there We're all trying to get to school. Are we saying here that we don't feel obligated to think about that? We're not worried. We would approve that as citizens, as board members and people who live in our town, that not just for fire, which is under the purview of the fire department, but as we know, EEC is responsible for the safety evacuation plan, not the fire department, right? They're saying they can fight a fire respectfully, but they're not saying that there is an approved safety plan here. Nor is the police department here to talk about the queuing concerns, nor is anybody here able to tell what will happen when we actually put this thing into place with all of those conditions and add in some winter conditions to that. Add in the history of those accidents that we all see in this area. Why do you think people are here? We're not impacted by property values. I am impacted by looking out my window, knowing that on top of that, the parking's so tight. And with events at school, or how about those, the data that Primrose threw out about drop-off takes 5 minutes? It's deceptive, right? I'm sorry, gotta say it. So it appears to me that it's profits over safety and over children. And how do we not say something here? So if realistically those numbers are wrong, therefore the parking spots are insufficient, where are they gonna park? Anybody? Bethesda. Where's Bethesda? The other side of 28. Try that one out for size. Little kids crossing the street, how about in the winter with a little lunchbox? I'm gonna see them out my window. So that's why I'm here. See if I missed anything. So as I mentioned, there has to be a spot for gathering that is not next to the building, but is off-site. Okay, that they do not have. The only other way they could do it is get out to 28 on the sidewalk. Obviously, that's not a plan with the fire trucks and all the hoses attached. Where the kids gonna go? We haven't even mentioned the fact that a lot of these kids can't follow direction, they're too small, or they have to be carried or pushed. How are we gonna do that? 27 adults, 170 children. Again, fish in a barrel, very small spot for this place. We're not against Primrose, nothing against people having daycare in town. It's a need, it's the wrong spot. There are other spots. I think that is it. So I'm just wondering, how is this supposed to work? Is it possible to approve this project without a reasonable doubt? And wait for the first shelter in place, the first school shooting that we know can happen, we saw it in Missouri, a fire that causes an evacuation with no off-site spot to be safely during the emergency except 28. To summarize, these are not just minor issues. This plan is out of compliance, deficient and dangerous, it's insane and prime for disaster, and makes this plan unreasonable for the CDSC to approve. They do have other options, locations more similar to all their other properties that put kids and safety first, not profits. Thank you.
You sat down and now I can't see you, I'm sorry. There were a few items there, some of which I also want to comment on. One is, you brought up a question about an easement to Francis Drive. To my knowledge, there's been no discussion about, that's not part of the site plan. Am I missing something? There's been, so when I was talking about a second egress, I literally meant like a gate in the playground fence to get people out somewhere else. So I want to, if people have been talking about what's going on in town, I'll look to the planning board. CPDC has not been part of any discussion that would involve an easement of access over to Francis Drive.
Do you mind just explaining how that would work then? So if they don't own the property, how they'd be able to?
No, I was talking about a
Okay.
gate exiting the playground onto their own property and getting around the playground.
Really confused. Where would they go?
Right. They would still go back to their own parking lot, not over to Francis Drive. And I have to reinforce that we are not the EEC. We are not licensing this property. And if they can't licensing this operation, and if they can't get licensed and the licensing requirements requires a change to the site plan, that will come back to us. Traffic, everybody's concerned about traffic. I think that's been that everybody's concerned. I did ask, and I did ask at the last meeting, and I did not delve into it during my comments, about any information about how, say the backup, I think the example was given in Woburn onto Lexington Street, how Primrose as an operation handles that when it happens. Would the applicant like to say anything about the typical way, and I know we aren't licensing, we aren't approving Lexington, but would the applicant like to say anything about the type of things they do when, say, drop-off doesn't go the way that we anticipated?
Sure.
Or pickup, I think it's probably more pickup.
So I think it's important to note that the Woburn example was the only one ever provided, I think, because that's the only one where, of all of the Primrose properties where there's been an issue, that is one of the few locations operated by a different franchisee from this one, where they don't do staggered pickup and drop off. So how are we addressing that? By agreeing with requests by public safety to work in, which we were already gonna do. We're gonna have staggered pickup and drop off, but we've agreed to work with them to make it more formalized.
Okay.
So
I realize that's the only one, but that's what piqued my interest of, when that happens, what happens? How do we address it? Because we don't want to burden the police. We don't want to say, okay, so now you have to make a police officer available for a detail. So I was very curious about how that situation is.
And believe it or not, although we're a for-profit company, we're not bloodthirsty and we're not looking to get our kids killed. So however disingenuous or whatever other pejoratives people might want to throw at us, the fact is we want our kids to be safe, and it's a constant. I know as a parent whose kids have gone to daycares, I know from working with this company, which has a stellar reputation, it's hard to say here what would happen in any given situation, because it might be that a backup happens because someone has to run in to use the bathroom, and so maybe they'll decide to have a spot available for someone who has to run in, or maybe there are all sorts of issues that can come up, and all I can say is that my client has the greatest interest in making sure operations run smoothly and is going to do whatever it takes to do so. But there's no flow chart of like every little thing that could happen to cause a problem and exactly what we would do. All we can say is that we're going to be doing that on a daily basis. If it ever, which we don't think it will, gets to the point where public safety has to get involved, then we're going to work with them in good faith. And there's a condition, a draft condition to that effect. And if working in good faith requires some change to the site plan that would trigger this board's review, we're going to come back and do that. So I don't know if Josh has anything to add.
I think we did submit, I don't know if Woburn has a parking management plan in place or not. I know it's a totally different, hours of operation, but we did submit a parking management plan with 13 different notes on, how to handle different scenarios and things that, this school will do that, we've worked on, several Primrose as well as many other daycare operators, even some that have been mentioned. And most applications I work on don't have a parking management plan in place. And don't have some of the conditions that we're speaking to tonight. For example, notifying visitors on how the parking works, making sure in a welcome packet, there's a parking management plans included. So there's a lot of steps that are being taken as part of this parking management plan that we don't see in majority of Primrose schools and majority of daycares that I've worked across the Northeast.
Thank you, and thank you for providing that memo as well.
Andrew does have his hand.
Oh, Andrew, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. Andrew,
Hi, can everyone hear me okay?
Nickel, but Andrew McLaughlin. Yes, Andrew, thank you.
Everyone can hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, great. So I just want to hit on a few concerns. Number one, we are not, just to harmonize what my board members were also saying, we are not the EEC. you know, we are the Capital Planning and Development Committee, so our purview is different than that of the EEC. So there are different requirements. One of the items that I would like to say is that, you know, excuse me, Community Planning and Development Committee, sorry. One of the items I would like to say is that the individual has brought forth to us and has reviewed with the police department and with the fire department. We have listened to the fire department speak here tonight. You know, I would urge everyone to understand that over our past few meetings, we have gone over safety extensively when it comes to line of sight view, to making sure that the fire department was involved with the evacuation plan and safety plan, all of which needs to be re-reviewed with EEC and with the building department when they do go for their permitting and they do try to get approval from the EEC. All right. So if there are major concerns associated with, I think our largest concern we see here right now, because I believe that the traffic plan, as we went through in our last meeting, did go over the added 200 or the added 30 personnel with the additional 200 people going through. And that could be, correct me if I'm wrong, but we were talking to the person who developed that plan, and then we had an extensive conversation about the traffic planning and review the last meeting. In addition to that, you know, if there is a concern for the mass evac, if there is a major evacuation issue that requires for us to use the adjoining lots that we didn't, there is no requirement for an easement, because that condition exists in other commercial buildings around town. And John, you can interject if I'm mistaken on that, please, or Tom. You know, I just urge, you know, everyone to take a step back here, understand what the CPDC is involved with and what we are allowed to comment and not comment on. We are not surpassing anyone's safety concerns, because that's our major concern that we've been going over the past 2 times we've had this meeting. All right. So I just want to be clear, where nothing is falling on deaf ears, but we also have to understand what the CPDC does have their purview in. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Guy has his hand raised.
And it really does get to dimensional requirements. Who has?
Guy, huh?
Oh, Guy, please go ahead.
Hi. I just was one note that I had regarding the lighting of the parking lot. I noticed in some areas, specifically in the drive aisle, plan north, that, you know, the foot candles drop below 1, and in some cases drop below 0.5. I don't know what the requirement is there. I thought it had to be greater than 1. I could be wrong, but just wondering if that was an oversight or if that's acceptable.
Oh, are you wondering if there's adequate lighting of the lot?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good catch. Would you like to speak to that?
Yes, there isn't a town requirement for minimum average parking lot lighting or anything like that, but you know, we look to kind of lower the light poles as well as reduce the lighting. So we do feel it's adequate. Again, most commercial businesses throughout Reading probably have brighter parking lots, but again, our focus here was providing kind of what's needed to be safe, you know, for those that are accessing this facility, but also, you know, not being intrusive to neighbors.
Yeah, I noticed it does get down to 0 on the abutting properties.
Yeah, there's no light spillage.
And I'll admit that's what I was looking at.
Correct.
Yeah, and thank you for that. I know that's an important one, but just seeing that maybe a light could be used there, plan north between the other 2, unless you truly feel it's sufficient. Just, you know, looking at the safety aspect of, you know, kids walking around in parking lots, you know, sun setting at 4 o'clock and whatnot. So that's all.
Yeah, no, we appreciate it. Some of the lower levels you see are kind of to the, you know, plan, like to the top left or to the west, page west. There's a 0.4, for example. That's an employee only space. Again, some of the lighting, you know, to the north of the parking lot, plan north, you see some 0.5, 0.4. But again, it's pretty industry standard. You know, there's adequate lighting, especially in the pickup and drop off area, as well as at the entrances to the facility.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I make a comment?
Absolutely.
So it's related to the lighting. So something that I noticed is that I think there's shading for the building to the neighbors. There's some planting, but I'm a little bit concerned about headlights into those two properties on either side of the drive, where I think it's a proposed block wall with fall protection fence, but it doesn't look like there's a shading or shielding of the properties on either side. It says existing wooden fence to remain on the north property. Is that a fence that you own? And is it kind of more solid as opposed to a fall protection where it could be open? So I'm worried about headlights accessing those two houses on either side.
Yeah, the property to the north, there's an existing, I think it ranges in height, it's a minimum 6 foot high vinyl stockade fence. And I don't know the history of who installed it, but it is on 885, our property. So that fence will remain. So that would be a solid screen. And then the property to the south, there is kind of a solid hedge on the adjacent property. And then again, a solid fence. It's a vinyl fence that's proposed to remain as well.
Okay.
But I think you're gonna be filling a lot of that.
Yeah, but again, we're not filling it 6 feet, so it would provide the headlight screening.
The other that I was concerned about is see where the number 7 is up there, where it says proposed fall protection. If lights are
So that
facing
stockade
into them.
fence continues around the back.
I couldn't find where it all was.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
All right, thank you. I just want to make sure that that's noted.
Yes, we're still taking public comments. You may come up again, but it'd be great to give other people a chance too, if there are other people who want to comment. Okay.
Just a couple of open ones. So I know we just talked about an additional way out. Could we put back up the site plan? So we're talking about pouring, I just want to make sure I understand, 200 people into a parking lot that's already crammed with cars. So is that really a good plan or an alternate plan for gathering children in an emergency during a fire? So it's just a question. I guess that's what we're saying. We're not talking about going into Francis Drive. We're saying that this basically has no place to go still. It's just they'll be going into the parking lot. The other thing I wanted to comment on was the queuing and how do we plan for it. It's similar to this situation. We can't plan for an alternate spot because we can't come up with additional land. There is no land here to put the kids. There is also no way to solve the fact of queuing and traffic on 28. And a good example of that is we had people go look at Woburn, which we thought was a similar concept of a busy street, Lexington. At that meeting that we had last time, we had somebody speak to it. Specifically because we had been told by Primrose that the average drop-off time is 5 minutes with only 12 vehicles entering and exiting and out. However, when this was observed on July 8th from 8 to 9 a.m. at Primrose Woburn location, 78 cars entered and 1 tractor trailer is reported by a retired police officer who lives in Reading. The average drop-off time was 8 to 15 minutes. This, mind you, is in the summer without the winter boots and everything else that would take longer. And there was spillover onto their main drag, which is Lexington Street. So people parked along Lexington Street. Just imagine that on 28, or again, on Bethesda. I don't know which one is worse. And then it was observed that people were taking left turns into property across double yellow lines and impeding traffic. So I just wanted to give some information to the group.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
understand that, and I will say that it's a concern of mine. They have the adequate number of parking spaces. It's important to me to condition that any queuing gets addressed with the police department, without burdening the police department. So thank you for that information. On the question of where do kids go when there are fire trucks there? I don't know if Chief Nelson, if you want to say anything else about, I'm not an expert on this, but if the fire department is saying, yes, this is adequate, that's what we go with CPDC.
What about the residents?
Well, Let me just make
Well-
a comment. I have no problem with one exit from the parking area being where you've indicated it, close to the parking area. But if there's a fire there, that's not going to be it. There needs to be an exit to the rear on the south side and the east side.
From the playground, or are you talking
From the
about?
playground.
Yeah.
And I have reason to believe that there's an easement going to Francis Drive.
Do you want to say anything more about that?
No, I just have reason to believe.
Okay,
But
that has not been discussed at CPDC at all.
You can see part of the line there from Francis Drive.
That might be an existing paper right of way, but it's not the same as an easement, and it is a public road, but again, to and from the rears of private properties is out of our purview. And
Okay, thank you.
Comment on Zoom.
What's that?
There's a comment on Zoom.
Okay, we have one in the room and then we'll go to the one in Zoom.
Good evening, Carolyn Nazaro. I am on the school committee and I'm also involved with our current building of our new elementary school project. But I am here speaking as a resident and not in any formal capacity. I've been following this process and I'm aware of Primrose and how wonderful of a reputation it has. There are, however, some things that on this site that concerns me. There are fundamentally three things on this site. There's a building, there's a parking lot, and there's play space. I took this proposal for Primrose and the enrollment numbers, the size of the site, and I compared it to the Killam project, to the future enrollment at Killam, which is much larger than the current enrollment, and the size of that site. Keep in mind that our designers keep telling us that the Killam School is on a tight site. We hear it all the time. The proposed Primrose School is 1.7 acres. It has 204 bodies, souls, 175 children, 29 adults. The Killam site has 7.28 acres. It will have a capacity of 705, 635 children, 70 adults. When you figure out the math, the Primrose School is 1.4 acres too small. So it is half the size. So the proposed Primrose School should be either double the size, the site should be double the size, or the enrollment should be half. If we're not going for profits and we're doing the right thing, that should be a comment that's listened to. So it's fundamentally 1.5 acres too small. All of our existing schools in this town have evacuation plans or crisis plans, right? Fire is one piece of it. Active shooters is another piece of it. I can ask every person in this room or listening to this, if your child is in the evacuation area and there's an active shooter, that whole group of children and staff are sitting ducks. As good neighbors, Primrose needs to listen to these concerns. There's a defined route for staffs and students to take to evacuate for safety. If there's an emergency in that building, they are pushed into that playground area, which is fenced in on 3 sides with a 6-foot fence on top of a 2-foot retaining wall, right? You at 6 foot, add 2 more feet. And then you have these little souls this big there. There's no escape route. The only escape is back towards that building, which may be on fire or there may be another serious issue going on in there. These students and staff deserve better. They deserve a safe and uncompromised time there. I've heard the comment tonight, just we've met our building code requirements. it doesn't mean it's a good design. So the site is too congested, there's too many major traffic concerns, there are safety issues in emergency situations. It's my opinion that this is the wrong site for this proposal. Thank you.
Other comments? Oh, we have one on Zoom. Let's do the person on Zoom who's been waiting and then we'll go.
Michelle?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Michelle Jones. I'm at 881 Main Street. So I'm at the property directly south and west of 885. And I wanted to go back to the screening question that was brought up earlier by Heather. And I just wanted to clarify that the that question came from myself and my husband. We were hoping to have some privacy screening between 885 Main and our backyard. And so the trees in question are actually the ones that are west of the building, not the ones that are south of the building. I see that there are 6 viburnum, which grow to about 6 to 10 feet, and there are 15 compact inkberry, which grow to about 3 to 5 feet. And I'm wondering if it would be possible to have higher screening there.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to respond, please?
So again, yeah, we did receive that info tonight. Those are kind of, I guess, different plantings. And on the right-hand side, there is a sewer easement that runs along the back of their property. It's kind of partially onto their property, partially onto ours. So, you know, in working with town running DPW, if they allow some taller trees, I'm sure we're happy to swap them out. But there is an existing fence there. We're proposing screening behind it. I mean, the building's off of any setback requirement. So we did notice that neighbor to kind of try to meet with them, as well as neighbors within 300 feet of the property to have those type of discussions early on in the design process. Unfortunately, they did not reach out or attend that meeting.
Thank you. Nonetheless, they have submitted this request while the hearing has been open, and I would like to include, and when we ultimately get to a decision, that you would negotiate with the DPW to explore higher plantings.
I just wanted to mention that we do have a fence back there, but the property, the 885 property sits higher than ours. Yes. So we can see over the fence into their yard. So higher plantings there would be really great if possible. Thank you.
I'm really glad you made this request and didn't feel bound by having to make that earlier. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yes, please come up.
My name is Matt Krakowski. I live at 911 Main Street, so same side of Main Street as the project. I apologize, I didn't make the last meeting. It's a comment and a question. Main Street, 40 miles an hour speed limit. Turning into my driveway, I feel like I have to say a prayer every time, because you pull over to the side, you turn your directional on, you let people know that you're turning into your driveway. People don't expect it on Main Street. You're going 40 miles an hour, they don't expect you to be turning there. They think that you're turning, signaling way down the road. So my comment / question is, that seems to be the same right angle turn as my driveway, which there's a longer sight line for people to see that I've slowed down. The number of times in the 2.5 years I've lived here that I've almost been rear-ended by people, or people lay on their horn because they think I'm not paying attention and I'm just pulling over when I'm just trying to slow down enough to pull into my own driveway. So is there anything that's addressed here? Is it the same expectation that this volume of cars are just going to be pulling off to the side of the road, slowing down because they're not going to take a right angle turn at 40 miles an hour? So I know we're talking about queuing, but was that addressed in the traffic study, that these cars are going to be basically still in the line of traffic, because that middle lane is a turning lane. It's not made to turn right. There isn't a secondary lane for people to pull off to the side. So they have the expectation that they basically are going to slow traffic down for everybody behind them so that they can make that turn? Or how is that supposed to work?
I believe that was covered in the traffic impact study.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my good neighbors, members of the world. My name is Andrew Curtin. My wife Christine and I live in 55 Francis Drive, which is the second house from directly abutting. We will submit a more detailed letter for the record, but I'd like to highlight some of our more urgent concerns, which I think I'm repeating. This project, just for openers, is not particularly a small daycare. It's a commercial scale 14,000 foot facility, 2 stories tall, serving about 177 children and maybe 25, 30 staff. Squeezed onto fewer than 2 acres or less than 2 acres of land. And to make the site work, the developer, I know this has all been dealt with, but it proposes a 170 foot long, up to 9 or 10 foot retaining wall that sticks into a quiet dead end street, Francis Drive, replacing trees and wetlands with concrete and wall. But the bigger issue is safety. It's just the one that screams, I think, to all of my neighbors. You know, traffic would enter and exit through an 80-foot wide driveway onto Route 28, where the speed limit is 30 to 40 miles an hour. And even at 30, vehicles need over 100 feet to stop. And I know there was a traffic study. I don't know if that traffic study took into account the Birch Meadow schools, high school, the Y, and all of that additional traffic. But the queuing on 28 is an issue, mixing with the through traffic on Main Street, which is, I think, and many others think, is a recipe for disaster. The site plan shows so even at that speed, the site plan shows 53 parking spaces, very tight turning radii. At dismissal, parents will arrive, line up early with no room to queue on site. Those cars will back up on the 28, directly where MassDOT has already had to implement a road diet to restrict left turns due to safety issues. And, this isn't happening in isolation. Like I said, within a half a mile, you have Reading Memorial High School, Coolidge Middle School, Birch Meadow Elementary, and the YMCA, with multiple athletic fields, all generating traffic at the same time Primrose might. And that means buses, parents, teen drivers, and God, I have 2 sons who have just gotten through teendom, driving down that road to the high school, all converging in the same stretch of road at the same time. Speaking of teen drivers, Reading High has about 1,100 students. National data shows that 76% of high schoolers age 16 drive regularly. That means we add 200 to 400 teen drivers a year, brand new inexperienced drivers on that road. Or not necessarily on that road, but enough. Adding hundreds of daycare trips during the same peak hours can only reduce the risk of accidents. And if any of you have been a parent of a Reading Memorial High Schooler on a day with even the lightest dusting of snow, you've seen the carnage. We don't want that on 28. And finally, I'd like to address the evacuation plan, which places children and staff in the playground just a few feet from the building, or blocked off, as we've been talking about. These might be meeting minimum requirements, complying on sort of multiple fronts here, but in the aggregate, it is clear to us that there are multiple areas of risk that I think have not been fully contemplated. And the fact is, if we approve this, if this gets approved, in its current state, this site is just a square peg in a very small round hole. And what's going to end up happening is the town is going to have to do a Band-Aid with an exit to Francis Drive, maybe, or a stoplight in front of the school, or something. We can't predict it. I mean, the counselor talked about a few potential issues, and he said, we can't go through the whole list. But the fact is, with minimum compliance, the plans technically meet the standards, but only just. And it's not good enough when we're talking about the safety of these kids, of the residents, of the people on these roads. In both cases, we're talking about the people who attend the daycare and their parents, the people who work there, and those who live there, walk, bike, and drive in this community every day. This gentleman was spot on. I mean, I drive down that stretch of road almost every day to get to Route 93, and it's just common sense that tells us that this is dangerous. It's just not the right spot. So we urge you to, I don't know if you've done a full cumulative traffic study, involve MassDOT, put public safety above convenience for these good people. I think they're not from here. They don't, and that's kind of a rude thing to say, but they don't experience it every single day. And it's just dangerous. And we don't want that. I don't want to hear crunching metal and kids screaming from my living room window. And it's gonna happen. It's just a bad spot. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are a couple, I see you, and you're gonna be next, and there are a couple of comments that I want to make, maybe three comments that I want to make. One is I drive there every day too, right? So I personally, I know exactly what you're talking about. It is also true that because this is a property, as a use that is protected under the Dover Amendment, I want to be really clear with everybody that the things that we as this board can consider are dimensional things: bulk, height, yard size, lot size, setbacks, open space, parking, and building coverage. We've done a traffic impact study. We know about it. We've gotten some, there are some things. We know what the traffic impacts are going to be. We can't deny it on that reason, for that reason. I just want to be really clear I consider you all my neighbors, even though I live kind of on the other side of town. That's also what we're dealing with. Francis Drive keeps being brought up. I just want to point out that the site plan that we're looking at, there's no drive to Francis Drive. There's no walkway to Francis Drive. If there may be something that gets cooked up one day, that's also not what we're approving. We're not approving anything that provides access to Francis Drive, pedestrian or vehicular. The other one, I think the other one is more of a procedural one, is that, we've been talking about this a long time. The night's gonna go on late. Philosophically, I come from a place of everybody should get a chance to speak. I guess I will also ask, unless you feel really compelled to repeat what's already been said, please, we could start bringing kind of the new comments. So things that are additive will be particularly productive, especially if you have a request on a way to improve the plan. Alrighty, those were my points, I think. You were going to speak. That was a lot of pressure now. It's like, no pressure on what you were going to say.
I'll try to make sure I will admit some of my concerns are I've shared with all of our neighbors. Good evening. My name is Paul Sutherland. I live at 10 Duck Road, so the other end of Duck from the site. I wasn't able to attend the July Cpdc meeting, but I did watch the RCTV recording, so the people involved with that are great. I love that.
Me too. I love them.
Yeah.
I just had to say that.
At around 3 hours and 33 minutes, Attorney Silverstein stated that this project is 100% compliant except for the 80 feet of frontage. And while that is technically correct, the compliance isn't the only standard that matters. The plan raises serious foreseeable safety concerns for pedestrians, children, drivers, and especially traffic backups onto Main Street. And under Massachusetts law, when risks are foreseeable and documented, which they are, they're on this, our CTV is going to put this up on YouTube. The duty to them becomes legal, not just moral. I'll skip the specific concerns for brevity. I think a lot of people have said very similar things, but the risks here aren't new information. Residents have raised them in multiple meetings, but the developer hasn't made any substantive safety changes as a result of that. They've only added parking to meet the bylaw minimums. And if the bylaws covered every scenario, we wouldn't need variances. Just as developers seek relief from overly rigid rules, the commission must step in when those rules fall short of protecting public safety. And make no mistake, these risks are now on record. That makes them foreseeable, and foreseeable carries weight in court. In Dos Santos versus Coletta, the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court affirmed that foreseeable harm creates responsibility, even if the victim voluntarily encountered the risk. In that case, it was a trampoline next to a swimming pool that was way too shallow. In Whitaker versus Saraceno, the court held that property owners are liable for unsafe parking lots and access points, just like we have here. And in Luoni versus Berube, where a child drowned in a neighbor's pool, the court stressed that it's a landowner's duty to prevent foreseeable harm, especially to children. And the risk doesn't stop at just the property line. If the traffic backs up onto Main Street and someone gets hurt, that could lead to liability. And under Massachusetts law, the injured party doesn't even need to be on the property, only harmed by a foreseeable risk stemming from it. This project may be protected under the Dover Amendment, but the Dover Amendment does not absolve civil liability for the landowner. If someone is injured due to a known hazard, the courts will ask what was done to prevent it. And tonight, you've all been notified. So I urge Primrose, the franchisee, the principal, to take concrete steps, and I ask the commission to include these following conditions for any approval. Require police detail as soon as traffic becomes a nuisance so that we are not waiting for a plan and a revision and we're back here again. Add a pedestrian walkway from the northern part of the lot where with signage and speed bumps so that you can safely get through crossing traffic through the parking lot that is trying to decelerate from 40 miles an hour.
Are you talking about across the driveway?
Yes. Specifically, if you park in the upper north side of the parking where the where you're sited, where the employees are supposed to park, you have to then cross to get to the building. You cross through your own parking lot where there's no traffic enforcement on the private property, and there's no safe way to get from one side of the parking lot to the other. Ensure that parking accommodates the SU-30 trucks that will be visiting at least twice a week.
I don't know what an SU-30 truck is.
That was the truck the developer mentioned for the size of the trash truck and deliveries.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
They submitted the traffic, the turn radius, where you cannot act. My next point: ensure two-way flow is not inhibited by large vehicles, so that the trucks don't block traffic on Main Street when they have to come to a complete stop to wait for exiting traffic to clear. Because the turn radius that they submitted, you can't have a vehicle going out and in at the same time. And also finally, limit the special events of the occupancy size to the largest classroom head count for all invited staff, students, and family members. And if any concurrent events are happening at the same time, cap it at the total amount for one classroom. These conditions are reasonable, and without them, developer remains exposed to foreseeable documented risk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Yes. Come on up.
Name's Peter Maffioni. I live on Duck Road, 31 Duck Road. I've been here for over 30 years and in Reading for 40-something years. I got a couple quick comments, that's all. You mentioned about staggered parking. They're going to have staggered parking if it backs up. I just want to know who's going to enforce it. Are they going to enforce it? Or they, excuse me, Reading Police? And it was mentioned about details. How does that go? And I'm sure there's going to be a backup. And are they going to come out of the school and start moving these people, or where are they going to put them? There's nowhere to put them. And the other one is, I hate to say it, but it is legal to take a left-hand turn over double lines if there's a driveway or a home to go into. all about coming out of the school. I believe, I'm a little rusty in the traffic laws, it's illegal. And if they get in an accident, they're at fault. I looked at the plans and it looks like they can make that turn. Is there gonna be something like on Charles Street where they're gonna be forced to go right?
There's not a requirement that they're forced to go right. And your other questions I'm going to ask the applicant to speak to.
If that's the case, we're gonna take a left-hand turn. And believe me, parents that are in a hurry, dropping the kids off, getting their kids, getting into soccer, getting into hockey, they're gonna take that chance. I know they will. My other question is to the fire chief. Chief, I know we talked about the radiuses and all that of fire trucks, but say if there's a 2 or 3 alarm fire, how many units will it take to take that fire down?
You can answer him, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. You?
We should be speaking through to me, yes.
I would like to know how many units it would take, fire units, to take 2 or 3 alarm fire down. I know it's not that big of a building, but it would burn quick.
Go ahead, if you like. Is that all of your questions? Is that last of your questions? Why don't you ask your other questions so we get them all and then we
Well,
can
that's
respond to
it
them.
right there.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I'm not guessing at this, and I'm gonna blow my cover. I was a cop, the retired cop, moving. And I know what I saw, and it's gonna get worse. It's gonna be a bad accident there too, people leaving, taking that left. I've experienced fires over my 38 years as a police officer, trying to get there, because I know police and fire, anything mentioned for children, another cop, another fireman, they're gonna get there as quick as they can. And we do that. As police officers, we get there. And sometimes we're in the way of these fire trucks. And we cause a problem. But we wanna get there. And the thing is, that parking lot doesn't, I mean, it's gonna take more than one fire truck to take down a fire.
Chief Nelson, go ahead, thank you.
He asked about alarms. Alarms references bringing in our mutual aid partners from other communities and bringing in help, and it's an automatic aid system. So when we strike an additional alarm, we get about 4 additional units to the scene. So we start out, Reading has 3 fire, 2 engines, a ladder truck, and an ambulance that show up. We'll get 4 more on the second alarm, 4 more on the third alarm. They don't all have to be next to the building. They don't all have to be, they're gonna be out Main Street. A building like this, again, it's a 10th edition building code building, fully sprinkled, what type building is it, remember? It's a fire resistant building, right? So probably type 2 building. This is a room of contents fire. This isn't generally gonna be the structure that's burning on this building. We would have a lot of alarms because of the number of children there, and we need many hands. The whole saying, many hands make light work, that definitely falls on our profession. So we have a lot of help there. But the people become more important than the vehicles, and the vehicles just get left someplace. So I don't know if that answers your question, but.
It does, it answers, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I also wanted to, there were two additional points that I wanted to touch on. One was a requirement for police detail. We'll get to this when we get to the decision and conditions. I will say for myself, I'm a little bit reticent to just automatically put into the conditions that the automatic response is requiring police detail, because then that burdens our police department. There are probably other ways. I see there. There are other ways that we may be able to address it, and that gets to this question of who will enforce staggered drop off and pickup. And I'd like the applicant to respond to that, please.
So there's kind of 2 items there. I do want to include, so in the parking management plan, I'm not going to go through every line item, but there is a alternative flow design in there, and that's shown through an arrow, so that we do have kind of things that the operator could immediately put into effect. So what they could do is require the parking lot to move in a one-way direction, And that would ensure that vehicles can't back out and head towards Main Street. They would kind of circulate kind of the site fully. So we did kind of contemplate what are things that can immediately be put into effect while we're meeting with the police department. In terms of staggering the drop-offs, I think our intention would be to be handled by the operator. So kind of through the kind of bringing in children and working with parents. They have different kind of drop-off and pick-up windows, and those would be utilized depending on the classrooms for the facility. So it would be kind of handled by the franchisee and operator of the business.
And in your like we did in the last one, we'll ideally have you provided contact information for the police department so that if people are on Main Street complaining about queuing, they know who to contact and get it straightened away.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. There was a hand up over here. I see you.
Thank you. Hi. Little horse. I'm Don LaCava. I was the very first resident on Francis Drive 48 years ago. And at our peak, we had 52 children on that street. And it was a great street until we lost our first child at 11, just a few hundred yards up from where this building is going to go in. Now, a lot of you may not realize it, but when I got here, I could go up Charles Street, get on the Main Street, take a left turn to the center of town. There was no left turn. I could come down from the north and make a left turn onto Charles and come down. But even as big as that intersection is, we had to make a change to it because the accidents of people crossing over, it was just too much. People get impatient. They wind up thinking, I can't wait any longer, I gotta get to work. Now, with that in mind, just try and keep this picture in mind that we're increasing the risk really a lot. Now, when we're gonna put the condos in, okay, in that same lot, it came down to the same issue. And they wound up the town looking at putting a traffic light there, getting a second driveway there. Somehow now, that's irrelevant. We don't need the traffic light because the state would have to approve it. And the second driveway because the lot is too narrow. But we can still go ahead and do this. So I'm just trying to understand, we changed, laws change, but the loss of children doesn't change. The street never stopped mourning for that kid. And I just want to keep that picture in your head. One loss is just one too many. This project is dangerous. So that's my opinion. You're committed to a hydrant in front of
Sir, please, excuse me, sir. Please speak to me. Everybody needs to be able to hear you.
I just wanted to be sure that they were committed to putting a hydrant in, taking the water from across the street and putting it in front of the school. Because that, I discussed with the fire chief and it appeared it was committed. Is that hydrant committed in front of the school?
Sir?
Is that hydrant committed in front of the?
Can the proponent, can the applicant
There's
please respond?
no hydrant there.
Can you respond? I hate that podium is where I
Sorry,
can't see people.
We need to have a little bit of room. Yes, the plans do show a hydrant that has been committed.
Okay, thank you. I see you, and we have another hand right here that has been up in the green.
I was just wondering if you.
Can you come up to speak, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Have another on Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Marie Donahue. I live at 35 Duck Road, and I was just wondering if you could turn the ability to raise your hand on Zoom back on, because we have another neighbor who would like to contribute to this.
It is on.
Okay, it's on. And
she was having trouble. I don't know why.
Okay, thank you for bringing that to our attention. And now we'll go to the person on Zoom. Thank you.
Lori, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Wonderful, thank you. So I hear you, Ms. Klish will speak to things that have not been sort of addressed so far. And the first one are the zoning bylaws. So for the CPDC, this is exactly within your purview, the 80 feet of street frontage. It's not in compliance, and this fits squarely under a decision or a thought process that CPD should go through. And you should be very thoughtful about this lack of street frontage, knowing what you personally know about Main Street. And the developer has said many times how they've done this before and how, they're pros at building these buildings. So let's compare it with the other facilities in town. Woburn has 283 feet of street frontage. Reading has 80. Danvers has 230 feet of street frontage. Reading has 80. Andover has 358 feet of street frontage. Reading has 80. So I appreciate that the developer's attorney tonight said that Primrose is not bloodthirsty or looking to get kids killed. We're aligned on that. But this bylaw exists for a reason, to avoid precisely kids getting killed. So, to the CPDC, I really hope that you appreciate this is squarely within your purview to make a decision or to think about this through this lack of street frontage alone. And I don't know if we should talk about that for a minute, or I can move on to my other questions.
Why don't you move on to your other questions?
Okay, so we've heard from Primrose in previous meetings that they don't host all school events. And we know that this statement is inaccurate because we do know that other Primrose locations do. And this is when we start to worry about this developer being disingenuous, right? So recall at one of these meetings when the attorney started explaining the difference between all school events that are ticketed and that, that's different than just saying it's an all school event, and perhaps that we could have valet parking. What is the actual parking plan? What is the decision about all school events or ticketed events? And if they are going to have large ticketed events, what is the emergency plan when they double or triple the amount of people who are on site?
Okay, keep that.
My other questions. I'm sorry.
I think we talked about that actually at the last meeting, but please go ahead with your other questions because we'll get them all down.
Okay, so the developer said that in terms of their kitchen staff, they would have one person in their kitchen staff. And, does that really make sense for 177 students and 30 plus staff? Is that number really realistic? So could we actually get an actual in writing amount of staff in place before we make any decisions about this?
Is that your last question?
No, it's not, Heather. So, another thing that was brought up are the fire code violations for the building itself. In the internal building layout, for example, there's no electrical room designated at this point. There's no elevator room on their plan at this point. And it doesn't sound like these issues have been addressed yet. And because of the constraints on usable lands that Carla Nazaro brought up and space compared to the scope of this project, these are real issues that we should ask to be addressed before any opinions on safety are rendered, because there simply may not be enough space for this project unless it's reduced in size and scope. The other thing that we talked about was the parking on Bethesda across the street and on Main Street, which we know is a state highway. And do we really feel like putting up no parking signs is really a sufficient way to ensure public safety in this area, knowing, again, what we personally know about living on Main Street? And another question that Primrose has not answered is, what is their plan if Reading Public Schools are closed? We haven't heard an answer to this either.
On that one, I'm going to interject because I'm pretty sure we have that they don't go by the school. They don't go by the public school. That's been my experience in daycare as well. But we'll keep asking your questions. We'll get to those. But Ms. McKenna, I think you are asking some that we've talked about at previous meetings.
We talked about, we haven't had answers to it, Heather. So, you know, we have never, as a community, heard anything about whether or not they're going to close when Reading Public Schools have closed. We have not had a discussion of.
Yeah, I think the answer to that is no. The answer is no, that they won't close when Reading Public Schools are closed. Am I right? Okay, well, we'll keep asking your questions. We'll be consistent. Ask all your questions and they'll
That
go
is
through.
correct.
Yeah,
They will not close when Reading Public Schools are closed.
that's correct. Okay, what's your next question?
I think that's enough for now, Heather. Thanks.
Okay. So I noted down a few. I think we're going to come back to the 80-foot frontage and discussion about that when we ultimately get to the decision, because we have talked about that at previous meetings. Kitchen staff seems to be an operations question, but can the applicant remind us of the number of staff that you will likely have?
Yes, and I did.
And while you're there, why don't you remind us of the plan for all school events?
Yeah, no problem. I did try to do a very thorough summary at the last meeting. So staff, I mean, there are 26 teachers, 1 director, 1 kitchen staff.
How many?
26 teachers, 1 director, 1 kitchen staff.
So 29 staff total.
28 employees.
28 staff total. 27, 1 director, 1 staff?
26.
Okay, thank you.
26 teachers, 1 director, 1 kitchen staff.
Okay,
28.
and can you go over again what the plan is for all school events?
Yes, so graduation is done by classroom. It's not combined. I'm going to just abridge it because I did go through. Open houses are open to the public by appointment only. There are private tours by appointment. Their intention would be to do a spring fling once a year, which would be a ticketed event that goes to charity. I think Mr. Silverstein at the last meeting said if they sell too many tickets, it's an event, what they'd have to do is find a location that could handle the event. They're limited by the size of their space and their parking lot. And then they do a back to school event, which is only for new families. It's first time and it's broken down by age. And it's typically after hours for about 1 hour.
And would you accept, say, a condition that that all school events would find exterior off-site parking?
Again, our hope would be that we would, be allowed to have reasonable events on site, up to the amount of parking spaces we have. If the commission wouldn't allow that and requires it to go off site, it's something we can definitely talk to the applicant as we're kind of going through the whole list of items.
Yeah, because I am thinking it's like, okay, so we can talk about it here, like, oh, this is how it would work. And then an operator 10 years down the line, ultimately, parking can't become a nuisance for the town.
Yeah, we understand.
Okay.
We understand.
And I do see both the electrical room and the elevator space on the site, on the architectural.
I was going to say it was included in the response letter. We did address the comments by the fire chief. They were shown in the floor plan. Again, I think it was even noted in the letter, this is more of a building department thing, but we did want to ensure that our resubmission, the floor plan was updated. We did submit an itemized response, including all of those. So there's more than sufficient room in the building to address those comments.
Yeah, and that is helpful. I mean, we talk about that from time to time. We want to make sure that, the site plan is going to fit the building and the building's going to fit what's needed.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time doing very thorough responses and submissions.
Okay, thank you. But there were a few more hands up. Let's do 1 and then 2 in the back.
Thank you. Steve Mays, 59 Francis Drive. Although I agree with the abutters and the neighbors and the comments, I'll stick to something else so we don't have to rehash all of that again.
Agreement noted, though.
The concern I have, and we talked about with one of the other abutters, is the screening. I'm on the south side, and the tree screening that was put there ends before the end of the playground on the south, and nothing for the most part goes across the playground on the east side. So those two property abutters have no screening, whether it be a vinyl fence or even a tree screening comment was brought up during the conservation meeting, and the response I got was, well, we're not required to. So I'd like to see if that can be put in as a term and condition, that screening be put all the way around so that if I'm in my side yard, I'm not standing out there playing with the kids.
That's a good, I think that's a reasonable request. Would the applicant like to respond to that?
Thank you.
I just want to, the response was, and it's not required to, it was outside of the Concom's jurisdiction, so they kind of focused on what was within their jurisdiction.
Well, you're here at the right place now, so let's talk about it.
So there are, so at the end of the eastern red cedars, you can see if you zoom in a little bit, Andrew, there are 3 existing mature trees that we intend to maintain. So that was really the intent behind kind of stopping it. There's a 36-inch mature tree that's on the neighboring, kind of not on our property, and then a 36 and a 36 on the property line, and then a proposed deciduous tree. So those trees are to remain, again, providing a few additional plants to kind of extend that. We have no issue with doing, if you're standing on that lot, the playground is kind of down, so you're not like looking into a playground. You kind of be looking over it into kind of the wetland area behind. But I understand if you're looking out of a window, you might be looking down. So again, there's some things we could do. I think, again, adding a few shrubs, like we said, we've been willing across the site to kind of do so. But the reason behind it is those 3 mature trees in that location.
Yes, please.
The one comment, I was Steve Mays, 59 Francis Drive. The one comment I do have about the 3 mature trees, yes, they're there. They're old oaks, and every time the wind blows, there are branches anywhere from, an inch in diameter to 6, 8, 10 inches coming down off of those trees on a constant basis. There are mushrooms growing up along the side. One of the trees has a big hole in the bottom of it where the chipmunks and squirrels seem to use as an elevator to get up towards the top. So yeah, that may be there, but how long those trees are gonna last is a whole nother story.
So what would you like to do?
I like to have somebody have an arborist come out, check those trees and see how bad they really are or aren't. And then a decision made at that point as to whether or not those should stay or be replaced.
Okay, so a condition could be kind of explore the health of those trees and extend the screening as appropriate?
I think one of the trees we couldn't look at without.
Because it's on somebody else's property.
And I think if it's on our property and we're able to look at it, we're happy to. Again, Primrose is built on safety. We don't want branches falling down. If no one's looked at these trees, we're happy to look at them and make sure things are safe.
Okay, great, thank you. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty here. You had your hand up in the back. Yes, thank you. I see you.
Okay. Lisa Mays, 59 Francis Drive. I've been at a few meetings, and I mentioned at a couple of other meetings that we sat through some previous businesses, and they were for-profits that were required to have electronic vehicle spaces, and we said they were wider and longer, and we're going to look into whether any were required here. Electronic vehicle spaces with charging stations.
Haven't found the code that they're explicitly required, but similar to others, some EV-ready spaces with conduit and other are expected.
So EV-ready spaces are required?
EV-ready spaces are not, yes, EV-ready spaces under the stretch code are programmed in. Actual EV chargers not implemented at this time.
Okay, is the applicant planning to provide any EV chargers?
No, just EV ready if required at the time by code.
That's too bad. All right.
Yep.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, Carrie Sullivan from Hampshire Road. Heather, I think you just said that parking and traffic, or what, did you say parking can't be an issue for the town?
They are satisfying the parking requirements.
Okay, because out of the 53 spots right? Is that what we said, 53 spots? And 28 employees, that leaves 25 spots left for 177 people. So to me, it's asinine that we're here till 10:30 on a Monday night, still even talking about this. I live on Hampshire Road. I can't even get out of Hampshire Road in the morning or at 5 o'clock because of the traffic. And to allow this, I just can't believe we're still here talking about this. This is insane. And I'm all for having the school, whatever, in the town, but like Mr. Curtin said, you can't fit a square peg, or whatever this thing is, square peg in a round hole. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, we are the residents. We live this every day. We're not here on a Monday night just because we want to be. We live this every day. And, you know, they may not be, you may meet your requirements, but we have to live this. And I know for a fact they're going to come out, take a right, go down Hampshire Road, and go around, and it's going to back up because of that light already there, coming down Lawrence Road, going onto Birch Meadow Drive. And like many people said, you have the high school, you have Coolidge, you have Rise Preschool, and Birch Meadow, and the Y. This is, the traffic alone there in the morning is insane. And the fact that we are here even discussing it, and I really sincerely hope you take into account us as residents, because we will live this every day. And what about the first responders and everybody else who work all the overnights and stuff like that? We bought these properties here because we wanted a nice, quiet, you know, living. And nothing, I have 3 kids. I have 3 teenager drivers, and I've been through it. And the drop-offs and everything, it's not 8 minutes, it's not 15. Susie hit Johnny, you know, they gotta go in and talk to them about that. It's not gonna happen. This is real life, and we're living this. So it blows my mind that we're still here talking about this. 25 spots for 177 people. And then when you wanna do on-site, you know, activities, and I get it. You gotta have it, you gotta do it. But this just is not the location for it. Thank you.
I don't have the parking requirements up in my head anymore. Do you want to say anything about, pardon me, do you want to say anything about the parking requirements for a facility
So
like
the
this?
parking
We know
breakdown,
you meet the parking requirements.
the parking ratios are broken down per staff and per student level. And so the zoning bylaw did take that into account. It's not in section 3 Dover Amendment, but our zoning bylaw tried to capture it in anticipation of these uses to try to have that reasonable regulation. So the parking, at least per the breakdown of the zoning bylaw, which does look at staff and students per students, is met. And that, at least in zoning, is working. And understanding that people saying in practice it might not be, but in zoning it is compliant.
And that's applied to like all schools, all type.
Correct. Yep.
All of the schools in Reading, daycare, public and private, right?
Yes, for those that we permit through site plan.
And I sympathize. I live that, I'm not pulling in and out of that road of Main Street every day, but I live that stretch and that Birch Meadow intersection every day myself. So, yeah, I understand. Yes, come on up.
Thank you. Dennis Walsh, Stoke Road. Question for the commission. 2 questions. It sounds like we're on a course tonight to complete the document, like we saw for the previous applicant, where we list all the conditions and we vote en masse and accept the conditions, and then you vote on the decision or the application and possibly vote all of these things through. 2 questions. First question is, what is the process if one of those conditions is not met, or if who reviews and approves that the condition is met to the satisfaction of the commission based on the condition that has been presented? And the second is an ask of the commission. You've heard from the police department, you've heard from the fire department, and I know you've heard from the community, but the issue of safety, which was brought up by the police department in the and a proposal about staggered drop-off, and inserting that as a condition. Likewise, in finding a resolution for the evacuation of the students and satisfying that condition. First of all, I'd ask that you not rush into having that vote tonight and possibly giving the community the opportunity to see what the resolution to those conditions are. I'm assuming the commission gets to see what the resolution to those conditions are, but I'm not sure of the process. So thank you.
Those are really good questions. Thank you. To the question, they're all good questions. I didn't mean to play favorites. To the question of who enforces the conditions, would you like to speak to that, Andrew? When conditions aren't met?
Yeah, so we have the zoning enforcement officer, which is the building commissioner in the town of Reading. And so the zoning bylaw and conditions within site plan reviews and other zoning is typically enforced by that position. There are, right, when we look at public safety and parking regulations and stuff, sometimes that trickles out of the building enforcement, but building commissioner is the zoning enforcement officer for the town of Reading, so that's who we look to when we have zoning non-compliance, zoning complaints. We look to administer it through the building department, and planning coordinates with them on that.
Okay, and then on the process for entering all these conditions, I know myself, I've said, oh yeah, I want that to be in a condition. I would like to see that as a condition. I'd like to see that as a condition. Oftentimes, we'll go through a decision. It's getting really late. We'll go through a decision and draft conditions will be provided by staff, and then we might modify them. I am seeing how late we go. I leave, and we'll have this discussion with the commission. I'm leaving an open mind. It may be that we want to have a good solid draft of the decision and come back and look at all the conditions together, or we may do it tonight. We'll see. Andrew's like, what are you doing?
I'm ready whenever. Trying to keep notes.
Yeah. Andrew's also actually really good about this. Like, as we've been coming up with language, he's pretty good at getting some of this language in there. But some of us may also need a break, and it's getting late. And if we come back again, we may have 4 hours of conversation and be in the same position. So personally, that's the same thing that I'm weighing. Yeah,
and I know both John Arena and Andrew raised their hands.
Okay, so there's another comment in here. Let's get the commission members, John Arena and Andrew, please. John.
Let's see. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Can somebody remind me how the 55 spots or 53 spots were arrived at, given the 203 occupants of the building? Is there a quick reminder on how that was derived?
It's one space per, sorry, before I trip over my words here, it is one space per employee on the largest shift plus one space per every 7 students. And so that ratio is derived.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough. I would be inclined, given the nature of the discussions, to want to see the work products that come out of what are described as positive discussions. There's a letter in our packet tonight dated August 8th from Reading Police that describes, while progress is made, they would like to see additional changes. I'd certainly like to see a green light from both Reading Fire and Reading Police that any lingering questions and doubts that they have are addressed. And I'd like to confirm with them that that's the case, not simply a conversation that says it's leading that direction. One question for town council probably is, if we do set conditions on traffic safety and they later are found to be insufficient, are there contingent conditions that you can put in place that get triggered in the event that the primary conditions fail, so that in one fell swoop you can provide multiple tiers of conditions? The latter ones get triggered when the former ones fail to demonstrate their purpose. And you don't have to answer that, but that's what I'm thinking about. This is a bit of an unknown unknown. We're jamming however many more cars that travel at peak rates, we're going to see outcomes we didn't expect, and even the best of us, the magnitudes may be worse than we expect. So the need to have contingent conditions that might include, say, detailed police, and I'm just making this up for example's sake, I'm not prescribing these, that are built into the condition order that get triggered in the event that the primary conditions are found to be lacking.
I'd like to think so. I guess the question is like, what are those triggers and how do we determine them? And that's really the avenue that
I would leave that all to Reading Fire and Police to dictate. I'm just trying to describe this as a vehicle where we can have, there can be a means for us to respond to a lack of a favorable outcome without having to reconvene this body.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they may never get triggered. The benefit of this is they're there on an exceptions basis, but sometimes exceptions happen.
So I have a thought on that. First of all, I do want to point out that from the Reading Fire Department, we do have a memo saying that they're satisfied. The police department gave us a memo that I think are kind of instructions for conditions. But we may want to flesh out the language for those conditions and give everybody a chance to look at them again. For traffic is not the right word, but for queuing on the road, for kind of congestion on the road, a trigger that's been on my mind is that if it creates a nuisance, no operation in town can create a nuisance no matter what we've approved to do. So that's kind of a broadish term, but it's also kind of a commonly understood term. And if it creates a nuisance, then we need to do something different. That's been the trigger that I've had in my mind for a condition.
And we do have that condition. I just want to John's point, also make it clear, like those discussions do have, just like we did with Bagel World, which has been referenced, right? A lot of talks with them, a lot of talks internally with RPD, engineering, planning, and Bagel World, but didn't come before the board until they found the solution of that dual drive-through approach and parking. So not every solution triggers a new public hearing and site plan.
Right, that was when the solution to the nuisance of all the backup on the road required a change to their site plan, and that's why it came before Cpdc. That was Bagel World.
Which is independent and separate, but just for context.
Yeah.
The only point I'd make is remember, we're going to be dealing with the franchisee at that point, whereas in the Bagel World case, you had the owner was the same.
Yes.
So the behaviors may be different later. That's the value of having the contingent conditions up front, because there's no debate.
Mm-hmm.
You know, John, I'm gonna pipe in here because I know my children went to daycares that were franchisees, and I'm not gonna name them. They're both great, but the one that was anyhow, one of them in particular, she was a franchisee, but she treated it like it was ownership. I am going to say that I don't think we can just classify all operators of franchisees the same way. Many of them treat them.
Yeah, I'm not trying to suggest that at all, only that you're talking to a different audience than you're talking to tonight. And so the reactions.
Yeah, oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, that we're not talking to the actual operator right now. Yeah.
One of the other things you could do is, let's say it's a traffic issue or something like that, you could require them to readjust their traffic schedule, their drop-off periods or something like that.
And so that's
another one you can do would be, I could see a teacher issue, because I have a hunch that if they go up to 177, they're going to need more teachers, i.e. more space on that.
Yeah, the parking design is to the max ratios of the building right now. But that is the intent of the condition for the first 12-month kind of parking analysis and report to come back and say, here's what we found. Here's our peak hours that we're seeing. We still are at maybe 80% utilization of the parking. Is it 100% of the parking being utilized during those hours? And that way we can go back with them and work on additional staggered pickup, drop off, etc.
Yeah.
I mean, I can stay longer, but I don't think people want to, but I agree generally with what John is saying. I'd rather see
the full decision.
Thought out statements.
My mind's getting a little muddled. That's just kind of like a forecast of how I feel.
We don't do our best work at this hour, so it's not fair to the public either. So.
Yeah. I used to do my best work at like 1 a.m, no more. Okay, Andrew also had his hand up. Andrew, please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
So I just had a quick statement, and other one's a kind of a question. One of the statements is, and it's kind of seems a synonymous, statement is we have a traffic issue in Reading, right? Overall, and Carla brought up a note of comparing, the restoration of another or the development of another project to this project, and comparing the gross acreage to another. That I would even argue that's a bylaw issue, and that may need to be reviewed in the bylaws as a base requirement. But we have to base kind of what we do a lot of the bylaws that exist currently, right? And second to that is I would say, Andrew, if you don't mind expounding of how we got to that 80 linear feet frontage and where we ended up with that, kind of giving everyone who maybe hasn't been here before of where we kind of stand on that note.
Yeah, absolutely. So frontage is actually not expressed in Mass General Law under the Dover Amendment as one of those bulk dimensional controls for regulation. Not in that list. Again, the town trying to be preemptive of reasonable regulation around these things, right? Frontage really is synonymous nowadays with lot width. The point is to have adequate width for adequate driveways and not those pork chop lots with hidden drives and so on. And so it can't be a hard and fast prescribed requirement because it's not within the Dover Amendment. So then we fall to that, what is the reasonable regulation around it, and how can we help those conversations to promote the most effective frontage and project that can be done on a site. And so that's where it comes back to driveway widths, those turning movements, that traffic impact analysis that looked at all of those different things for the site drive and its site distance visions and so on, and where it's all been found adequate in those reports, that's what we rely on. And so even that traffic report is outside of Dover, but we're using it in this case too, and same with the peer review. And so
thank you, both Andrews, for bringing that up. I meant to go back to that, and I appreciate you covering that. Others, okay, you've spoken already. I'm gonna go to right here, Greg. Yes, and we have, I'm not taking a break from the discussion because then it'll take us 10 more minutes to come back, so bio breaks is needed.
I'll try to go fast. Hey, Greg Morera, 882 Main Street. I'm like directly across from the driveway where this would get out. And I don't want to repeat what other people have said. I agree with what Jana said and a bunch of you. Like, as inappropriate of a location as this is for this. I'm actually okay with the school being there. It should be in the other school complex, but I'm actually okay with it. But to clarify, someone said we didn't know if it was 30 or 40 miles an hour. It's definitely 40 miles an hour there, which means people do 50 going by. And I'm like concerned a little bit how the Dover Amendment's being described. You do not have to allow a deadly situation into your town. The Dover Amendment does not require us to accept that, for sure. In fact, we have a duty to not allow that. I mean, if I could tell you what I've seen over there, the reason this project should have been dead, like, I can't believe, like some of the other people said, even being entertained. I would ask everyone on the board, step out to the driveway, look left. There's a hill right there you cannot see over. I've seen, like, I've pulled bodies out of the road right there, personally, me, right? With no school there, right? With one house there. 200 cars, it's just not, it's not an appropriate thing from a safety perspective. I remember I came up one time, there was a guy on a motorcycle. I thought his foot had been amputated. And it was luckily his foot was just broken, his leg was snapped. And I had to go over and pull him out of the road before he got run over again by all the cars coming over the blind hill. That was exactly at this driveway, exactly where this is proposed, 200 cars a day. Another one I saw was when the Beck and Hughes kid, who was a good kid, They cut down the telephone pole, right? Remember that? Live wires going across the street, they're in my yard, right? This was with no school at all. This was with one house there, right? There was the hedges we had talked about, you were thinking too short. I remember there was a car flipped up into those hedges. And what you'd always hear was you'd hear a big screech. Sometimes it would be in the yard barbecuing, it'd be in the house, you hear a big screech of tires, you wait, and here's the crash, it shakes the house. You can run over and you're seeing like, how bad is this gonna be? That's without a school there, right? And it's this exact spot. I also wanted to thank the fire department, because you guys are awesome. Officer Q, you pulled me out of my car when it was totaled. But that, I shouldn't even equate it because it was like 0.4 miles up the road from this. But you guys, you're not good, you're great. You're amazing. Thank you for everything you guys do. So basically, you just can't have an exit there. It's reckless. It's irresponsible. We're not doing our job. People are going to get hurt if we have an exit right there, period. There's going to be people hurt. It's almost to the level of like criminal negligence. We know it. We know it's going to happen. It's happening right now all the time. And again, like, I don't like pulling bodies out of the street. And that's without a school there. That's with one house in the place looking up 200 cars a day. Thank you. Thank you.
If I could speak real quick.
Sure, Andrew, go ahead.
I think based upon everyone's concerns, I think there's a lot of information to digest here, a lot of information to consider. I don't believe, in my opinion, I'm not prepared to have to place a motion to put conditions without fully digesting all the information that's been given tonight. I would, if the board is open to it, I'd like to motion to continue if possible.
Okay, there's a motion on the table. I have somebody standing up, and I actually also have a question for the proponent. But is there a second? A motion has been made, so we should see if there's a second for that. And then I'd actually like to have a little bit of discussion, if that's okay, because I have a couple of questions.
I just want to be clear with Andrew. We're not running afoul of any timeline.
As long as there's agreements to continuances and public hearing dates, no.
Okay, I will have kind of I'd like to offer kind of a game plan on that, but we don't have a second yet. And it's okay, because we can make the motion again later.
Well, do we have concurrence from the applicant?
And I have a question for the applicant. Andrew, I'm not ignoring your motion. We don't have a second yet.
No, I just want to make sure we're utilizing everyone's time well, make sure it's conducive of the meeting.
Yeah, thank you, because I am also not ready to go through the fine detail and making sure we get a good decision, but I think I have a game plan forming in my mind. My question to the applicant, and I'm sorry this is going to be a little bit unconventional, and maybe it's to both of you. We have heard about the situation at that road over and over and over again. I've been at that street. My question is, are you really comfortable with the situation there?
I mean, I will speak as counsel. If any of my clients or the team have anything to add, they certainly can. Am I comfortable with a project that our traffic engineer has looked at and said is safe, that your traffic engineer has looked at and said is safe, that your fire department has looked at and said is safe? Yes, I'm comfortable.
I had to ask it because anyhow, I just had to ask that.
And if I could just add, I have not represented a single Dover Amendment applicant where I haven't heard verbatim all of the same things. It's just not the right location. This is a really busy road. You're a carpetbagger. You don't care about our community.
May I please, because I think this is devolving a little bit. I also want to let you know, this is not the first Dover Amendment property that this commission or this community has dealt with. So we are all experienced here. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not saying that about. I'm not saying that to you, Madam Chair. I'm saying
You
what.
did just say that to me.
Well, I'm directing my comments. I'm
Okay.
not referring to anything you have said, and I think that's pretty clear from what I was referring to. You haven't said any of those things. So I just ask that you be fair in your criticism of my comments. I don't think anyone could reasonably interpret what I just said as what you suggested. What I was gonna say is, I hear these things all the time. I'm not saying they're not heartfelt. I'm sure they are. What I'm saying is, there's a reason that objective standards are applied in these situations, that experts are retained, both outside consultants and public safety experts. And as emotionally compelling as statements of neighbors may be, it's not expertise. And I would urge the board to rely on the expertise of the peer reviewers and the experts that we've paid for and that the board retained and consultant. And that would be my response on that. Could I speak to the process issue?
Sure.
There's been no new substantive information presented tonight. I understand the night's gone long. Laudably, you're very tolerant of everyone having their say as much as they need to. That's not our fault. And we're now being asked to not get a decision on a project that I would submit was ready for a decision tonight with a draft decision, well thought out, that addresses most of the conditions that have been discussed tonight. I would ask that at a minimum, the public hearing be closed tonight so that we don't end up in the same situation again next meeting, and that the next meeting would be solely for the purpose of reviewing a revised draft decision that I think could be prepared in very short order. So that would be my request.
Thank you. That was actually very much along the lines of my game plan, because I believe we can close the hearing. We close the hearing before we review this decision. What I'm feeling is that, and I see you, I see the hands. What I am feeling is that just, I have confidence that the draft decision is probably good. And we've also talked about a few more conditions tonight. And I feel like I personally would do really sloppy work if I'm looking through the decision and trying to think of the conditions that we've been talking about and that you have agreed to verbally at least. So that's kind of what my game plan was going to be. It is 11 o'clock. I want to be mindful of time. I do see like 3 more hands up. And so I'm not going to close the public hearing until I ask you to not filibuster us or anything. But but please, I hear comments. Come on up. I see comments.
And also to be clear, when I did the motion to continue, it was based upon, I did not want to rush into making conditions. I wanted to make sure we internally all spoke about them and had a clear mind to each and every single one.
Yeah, thanks. That's what I was hearing too. I've heard several of us say my mind is a little bit too muddy to be doing a good job at this hour. Yeah.
Hi, Paul Sutherland, 10 Duck Road again. I'll be quick. I think there's a little bit of new information. When we originally talked about the number of parking spaces, there was not an on-site cook. And now if you take 53 spaces minus 28, that's 25 spaces remaining. 25 times 7 is 175, not 177. That's all I have to say.
Does it still meet the parking requirements? This is what I'm talking about. I can't do this kind of math at this hour.
Can't recall the math, but as far as I know, the kitchen staff has always been recollected and included in the staff numbers that we've gotten on the plans.
There wasn't a kitchen, sorry. When this was first before the board months ago, there was not. We were actually told there was no kitchen staff and food was delivered.
Okay.
Correct, I believe that was included after they redid their parking to meet the requirement for the fire department.
But my question, I guess, is the verbiage. I pulled up the PDF of our bylaws as well. It doesn't say rounded down, so I think we need to assume rounded up or integer math here. So they need to have 175 people or request a variance on the parking lot size.
Okay, well, we can, I believe we can still close the public hearing, and now that we have that information, and we can still double check that before we approve the decision.
Appreciate the information though, absolutely, definitely.
Yeah, that's good, that's good, that's a good fine-tuned piece of information. Yes, please come on up.
Thank you. Deirdre Walsh, 24 Duck Road. I think that the public deserves to hear some of the resolutions that are being put forth, and I want to, as a parent who had children in daycare for many years and made that trip from work each day, wondering was I going to make cutoff, I think we really need to understand more, particularly about this staggered. I think the staggered drop-off is easy enough. I get it. That's probably easy. But the staggered pickup, I think the public deserves to hear about that. And it sounds as though you're saying it's in other facilities now. And we'd like to, and I know Pete asked that question, and my husband asked it too a little bit, and I don't think we got enough information on that. And I'd like to.
Okay, thank you. I'm actually kind of curious too. How does the staggered pickup work? Wait, hold on. I'd love to get a response to that first.
So, not just Primrose, other daycares, my daughter's in daycare, they have staggered pick up and drop off. So you get a time slot in the morning that you can come in between to drop your child off, and you get a time slot in the afternoon. A lot of daycares are also set up, Primrose is like this, and the other daycares in this town are set up this way where you pay by the number of hours your child is there. A lot of times that drives the staggered window. So that is typically, you're assigned different drop-off windows. You have to pick up your child by a certain time, or you have to drop them off by a certain time. Daycares are very strict, not just Primrose, others, on ensuring that you're kind of in these staggered drop-offs.
I remember it cost like $10 a minute if you were late or something like that. Okay, thank you.
Real quick, I just want to expound on that. I think the resident was looking for a little bit more specific. I know we talked about the traffic patterns and it being a 5-minute pickup drop-off queue. When they do the staggered drop-off, I don't want to say make this a condition, but is there something in place to say there's a 30-minute window that staggers from the other 30-minute window, et cetera, and I think that's kind of what the resident was looking for. This is a question for the client.
Okay, yeah, for the applicant, one more, thank you.
I think that's a good part of what and I think through the chair, right, the public is invited, if the hearing's closed, they're here to listen and go through. So I don't want them to feel like just because it's closed, that they're going to be part of the process.
Oh, yeah, that's another thing.
So maybe that's
because
what
as
the
you were
confusion
speaking, yeah, well, there was the question about how does the staggered drop-off work, and wanting to get a piece of information about that. I also want to be really clear that even that when we do the decision, that's still going to be we don't go off to our computers and do it. We'll have it'll be posted. We'll have a chance to look at it. We'll come and we'll discuss it in public. So that's not going to be a secret, quiet process. However, if we close the public hearing, that means that we're closing public comment. Is there a comment is that Andrew?
That was Andrew.
Andrew, were you trying to?
No, Heather, it's John. I'd like to either second Andrew's motion made earlier or provide one of my own to close the public meeting and continue this session to our next regularly scheduled meeting, and to hear back from both fire and police chiefs on the subject raised today, to wit, the method of egress that's been proposed or contemplated for the 200 plus persons and the improvements that Reading Police had requested from the traffic safety plan.
Did somebody get all that? Okay. John, we did have, I don't know if you saw, but we do have one person who was waiting to speak, and would you entertain letting him speak and then we can carry on with your motion?
I would, I'd ask the individual if they, the same question, would they rather continue the meeting to the next, but I'm okay with your suggestion.
Yeah, that was certainly gonna be, among my requests today. Thanks everyone for their patience. And I'd remind the board that a part of your mission statement is to be patient in all of your judgments. We're all over the internet doing our research. And that's part of the mission of this board, is to be patient and fair as you go through things. And to that end, when we've now come to understand that the limits under which we can evaluate this site plan are very, very strict, and that parking is among them, to be even contemplating making any kind of decision, taking a vote around the plan that was submitted today, before many of us may have even been able to read it.
No, the plan hasn't changed. The plan is the same.
The revised plan dated 8/8 is what I'm referring to.
No, the site plan hasn't changed.
Not the site plan, the parking plan. The board has under its preview to look at the parking.
Oh, it was kind of a, what was submitted was also at a request, as we had requested, it was also kind of a sample parking operations plan, like what are some options that are out there?
Right.
And that was submitted, it was.
You just got it today, no? It says that. The officer's letter is dated today? Is the officer here?
They're dated August 8th, it's September.
September 8th. Oh,
August 8th. It's a month later, yeah.
All right. In any case.
I did that.
Like a time warp.
I did that same thing earlier today.
Yeah. Okay. In any case, I'd like to also mention that I think there was a comment made that we've done a traffic plan, but we haven't, the applicant has. And we've had a review and look at that plan, but nobody has independently looked at it. I'm not sure, but I think it's under the board's purview to request other professional assistance to evaluate whether the parking at the end of that driveway is actually safe. It's been referred to as a possible nuisance to have traffic back on to Main Street, but I think the neighborhood and town residents in general regard it as far more than a nuisance. I think we regard it as a sincere public safety issue. And given all of that, I'm asking the board retain another professional person to look at that. The peer reviewer can really only look at the variables that they've chosen. They've chosen those variables based on generic standards, but there'd be nothing stopping somebody from surveying other primroses and looking at actual drop-off times, as a for instance. Looking at the actual speed, doing a traffic count during school drop-offs, other things. This isn't what I do for a living. But having a truly independent person would probably make the whole community feel a lot better. Since the town board can look at such a narrow view of the project, I'm really almost begging that you go ahead and do that before you make any kind of a decision on this project. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, and I know you've asked that before, and I believe this board has, over the course of the sessions on this, used the peer review of the traffic plan, and I'll be honest, is that I'm not sure there's much on the site plan that we're reviewing that we would be able to change if we had a whole nother traffic plan done, so.
It's possible that a third person would say that based on the conflicts that are likely, you can't safely operate that parking lot.
Within the parameters of what we can, review is what I'm talking about. Do we have our council on board?
We'll get it here next meeting.
Okay, next meeting, sure, yeah. Actually, that would be very helpful for the next meeting if we're talking about conditions, but thank you very much.
I would like to second John's motion.
All right, thank you. Any more discussion on the motion? We might need to have that repeated. It was a very long motion. Was that?
I can listen back.
Yeah, it would.
do it in two motions.
Yeah, maybe in two motions, maybe one motion to, what's the order?
Close the meeting.
Motion to close the
We need to
public
have
hearing.
one motion to close the hearing and another motion to continue with the additional feedback for CPDC in order to consider our final decision. How to do. All right, so first motion is to close the hearing.
Second.
Okay, I'll move to close the hearing. Second, okay, and we'll do a roll call vote and this, oh, go ahead. Is
So
there?
I'll make sure, voting wise, to get this right. Heather, Hillary,
Not Tom.
Tom,
No Tom.
in this case, Guy and John.
So not Andrew because Andrew missed many of the meetings. Okay, so Andrew, I don't know if you heard that, but the voting is going to be Tom instead of Andrew because Andrew missed more than 2 meetings of this discussion.
And it started after, way before.
Started way before you were here. Exactly.
Yeah, I didn't miss 2 meetings, come on.
No, oh my gosh, I phrased that entirely wrong. We had more than 2 meetings before you joined the board.
No, it's perfectly fine. All good, thank you.
Okay, so we'll do a roll call. John,
Yes.
Guy,
Yes.
Hillary?
Yes.
Heather, yes?
Yes.
Okay, that's to close the hearing. And now we have another motion before us, or we can make the motion again. To continue, we're not continuing the hearing, we're continuing, what are we continuing?
Decision.
That we're
The
continuing,
application of 885 Main Street.
yeah, continuing the discussion around the decision
With the concurrence of the applicant.
with the concurrence of the applicant, right? So we're closing the hearing, but we are,
Closing the public
we're
hearing.
closing the public hearing, but we're going to discuss the decision at the next meeting.
I don't think you need our concurrence.
And the 2 points I was being explicit about were the input from Reading Police as it relates to their 8-8 letter regrets that they noted, and the comments made tonight for Reading Fire around some concern about lack of an obvious egress in the current plan. That both those issues be worked and proposals brought forth at the next meeting.
Right.
Or the work products be brought forth.
I have to really look into that. I don't know that there would necessarily be plans eligible for discussion.
Because we can't change the plan. We're now looking at the decision, so it would be a matter of language that might go into conditions.
Right.
It would be language that make sure that both our senior safety executives have greenlit and have no further reservations.
Okay. Did you somehow catch that for a motion? Okay, is there a second? A second. Okay, and it's still Tom instead of Andrew. Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. John?
Yes.
Guy?
Yes.
Hillary?
Yes.
Heather, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you all for coming and sharing your views so many nights. Thank you to our town staff for being here and sitting through this. I really appreciate all of the thought and input that people are giving.
Thank you.
I second that and make them, yeah, beat me to it.
What's that?
Motion to adjourn. If that's
Was there a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Second? All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Alrighty.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Good night.